now we have a
State your name and state your issue. There you go.
State your name, state your button, state your,
Name, rank, and serial numbers?
And if you're not ready, there will be opportunity later. So that's okay too. If you're not ready, there's opportunity later.
Chuck, you need two, that's awesome.
I know. I have to.
Good morning, everyone. We are live this morning. Want to make sure that, I think by standing here, you can hear me. I'm near the microphone. Can I get another thumbs up if you guys can hear me on Zoom? Awesome. So welcome to our Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council meeting. I think we've got about half of us here in Helena, and we've got other half joining us via Zoom. And public, thank you for joining us via the YouTube streaming live. This is the first meeting that we have convened in person since the COVID-19 era began. And really want to thank FWP, Charlie, you and your staff for getting us to a place where we could take one step at a time in terms of giving it a try to be in person, do social distancing. Really, our priority is to make sure that the public health and safety of each one of us is in place, while also giving council members an opportunity to reconvene in person for those that were able. Certainly wanting to respect the thought and decisions that were made, both for those that are in person and for those that are via Zoom. It's certainly a challenging time and hard decisions with all that still remains unknown around COVID. And so we're just really grateful for the technology to be able to continue to include everyone in our discussions. So thank you for that, and thank you for those of us joining Zoom here for the next 2 days. We're going to do this as best we can. And as there are questions or challenges in terms of making sure everyone can be integrated, we'll address those. The screen, we're streaming through Charlie's computer. He'll be monitoring the chat. Sean and I won't be seeing the chat. So Charlie will just let us know when council members are having a hard time hearing or have questions if you're not able to just interject. What I would encourage you guys to do is try your best to interject, given that raising hands on Zoom, we're just not going to be able to see that as well and integrate that as well when we're all on Zoom. For the public, we've got Dylan Cavish monitoring the public comment portal through the website. So please do, if you've got questions and comments, to enter those as they come up for you. We've got dedicated time this afternoon for public input. If there's a question that we feel we can integrate in the moment, Dylan will try his best to do that. Otherwise, we'll address those later this afternoon. I should introduce myself. I'm Heather Stokes with the University of Montana at the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy. And my co-facilitator, Sean Johnson, also with the center. He is helping me some copies right now for council members in the room. We've got the agenda posted online for those of you joining us via stream and video. Just in this time, just want to acknowledge that it's been a really, and I apologize that I've got my back to some of you in the room. We've got some comedians here in the room as well this morning. I'm just continually reminded about the challenges and sort of the state of things, not just with COVID, but with all of the tensions that are happening around the country and around the world. And I've been doing a lot of reflecting on the drive over and in preparing for this meeting, and what I just feel continually impressed and honored by is how respectful and our council members, each one of you, both here in the room and on video, have been. There's such diversity here in the room. There are a number of people coming with different experiences, different priorities, both in terms of livelihoods, in terms of physical health, in terms of things that really just we need to each be paying attention to, and how do we come together and continue to have respectful and intentional dialogue. And I think that the governor's office in selecting the 18 of you did a fabulous job, and you guys have, from day one, really stepped up to the plate and been so intentional and respectful and taking your role seriously. And I just want to commend you for that. I feel honored to be a part of this process with you, and I don't want to lose sight of that. We've all had to be really flexible, especially over these last couple of months, in maintaining the commitment and dedication to the charge that you have as council members, as well as dealing with the uncertainty and the chaos in each one of our lives around COVID and around just sort of not knowing what's going to happen. And during this time, you guys have dedicated even more time to this process. So I just again want to say thank you to you for that and for adding this meeting. This meeting wasn't on the original schedule when we came up with the schedule in October. And you guys are so dedicated to wanting to do this work and to do it with good intention and respect for each other and dedication to the state and to the governor's office. So thank you for that. I tend to look at sort of touchy-feely quotes, so for those of you that aren't, I apologize in advance. But one of the quotes that really resonated with me for starting this meeting this morning is that every one of us has the capacity to love, to forgive, to understand, and to be compassionate. And I think that each one of you have modeled that throughout this process and continue to model that throughout this process. And what you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. And that's a Jane Goodall quote that just always resonates with me and setting intentions for starting my days. And I think that each one of you has also demonstrated that intention. So again, thank you for continuing to model such integrity in this process. Sean Johnson is back, so I introduced you earlier and said that you were making copies and getting folks situated this morning, so thank you for that, and showed folks online where to get the agenda. Want to walk through the agenda with you guys here. We've got 2 full days. There's a lot that needs to be accomplished. This morning, we're going to go around here in a moment and do some introductions and review the progress in terms of what you've done over the last 10 months, where you are, where you're going. Identify and prioritize critical issues for continued discussion for this afternoon, and what we want to do with those discussion items, and how to not just continue discussion, but to move those discussions towards progress in framing for the recommendation report. So that's what our day will look like today. Tomorrow, we'll spend some time reviewing the consolidated draft document. We will hear updates from the various folks that were engaged in the various edits and writing today, but we won't get to those details until tomorrow. For those of you joining online, those 2 iterative documents are posted on the website with the agenda, so that you can see what the council's been working on in terms of consolidating their ideas and draft recommendations. And we'll also want to hear from each one of you tomorrow around how each one of you envisions continuing to contribute to moving this document forward, moving your draft recommendations into the final report over the next couple of months. So I know that there's been a lot of time dedicated, especially these last couple of months, but for each one of you, how do you envision incorporating yourselves into these different working teams? And we'll talk about what that could look like tomorrow, hear your ideas, and then spend the afternoon doing some of that work, getting some of that started. So that's what we've got in store for the next 2 days. I fear asking if there are any questions, but I will. Are there any questions? Anyone on Zoom? Awesome. All right, what we'll go ahead and do is, we'll have council members introduce themselves. We'll go around the room first, and then we'll go to folks on Zoom. And when you introduce yourselves in terms of who you are, where you're from, also one critical issue that you'd like for us to focus discussion as a large group this afternoon. And if you can be pretty concise, that would be great. I know some of you struggle with that. You're each your own person. I'm gonna leave it at that. You this morning. You missed the banter early. So, Cole, can we start with you and go around the room?
Yeah. My name's Cole Mannix. Hello, good morning. And I live in Helena. I'm from the Blackwood Valley in western Montana, and I work for the Western Landowners Alliance. And I think that I'm curious at what point, you know, we spoke, I think, in our first meeting about, as we look at these recommendations and try to figure out just how much consensus we have on each one, we have this thumbs up, we can live with it, thumbs down process. I'm curious at what point that becomes helpful, if it's really at the end, or if it would begin to be helpful now that we are looking at one document, if it would be helpful before the process of synthesis. So that's one kind of question I have that may be relevant for later today. Process is my other, just, I don't have an answer, but it's a big question in my mind about, given how little time we can see between now and August, and how few in-person meetings, how will we be effective?
I'm Jonathan Bowler. I live in Condon, Montana. Yeah, it's hard for me to boil down to one issue, so I'm going to say I think the critical issue that I'm concerned with is maintaining the social and ecological integrity of the Montana landscape. That's the only way I can kind of say the complexity in a single issue. I'm also hesitant to use the word preservation. I know that gets really kind of heated in these discussions, but I am concerned about preserving traditional Montana livelihoods and ways of life. So those are the two critical issues that come to me, and I think that connectivity areas is really where both of those things exist and have room for discussion. So I hope to have that opportunity today.
Chad Bauer with Republic Services. I'm based out of Missoula. I'm going to echo two comments that were already made. Number one is process, and number two is how do we ensure land use and livelihoods of public and private in connectivity areas. That was a big issue that came out of the last meeting, and something we really need to concentrate and spend some time on.
Brett Morning with Sunlight Ranch. I'm a wildlife manager for a company in Wyoming and Montana. And all this connectivity, I think, is important. And land use are definitely important as well for me. Thank you for everybody being here. It's good to see everybody in person as well. That's awesome.
I can see your notes, Rich, on the screen, and I am in the same room as all those guys on that side. I can barely hear them. So, can we do something about that?
In terms of volume?
In terms of hearing people?
Turn
Maybe
the
sit
fan.
closer together?
So I think
The
we'll,
AC's killing it.
Probably.
The airflow is.
Can we
We have microphones.
pass the microphone
yeah, so we've got
getting this over?
couple of mics. We've got one down here with hand sanitizer, so maybe the three of you can share this one.
I don't think she needs.
Can hold it with a napkin or something.
And so maybe you guys can share this one. we do have hand sanitizer. So I guess we need to try and use the mic.
Okay, so Brett, do you wanna go again, because I think we need to hear you.
There's a mic in front of me. Hello?
Hold it closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Michelle heard you.
Okay, Brett Warning with Sunlight Ranch. I'm the wildlife manager for our properties in Wyoming and Montana. And, my thing that I would like, I guess, to, talk about a little bit is connectivity and land use.
Trina.
Trina Jo Bradley, my husband and I have a ranch on the southern end of the Blackfeet Reservation. I would echo what the four guys said before me, and if I added one more thing, it would be, conflict response. I have serious concerns with that, and I don't know that we're, totally covering it in our recommendations so far. And this is all three.
Kristen Kipp. You're good. I live north of Broughton, my family ranches there, and I'm just really happy to be here and, get off the ranch. And I'm lucky that I have clean clothes on and I feel like halfway sane, so I really don't have anything to add. But I just wanted to share something. I'm gonna go off script, sorry, Heather. And so I think you guys remember my little puppy that I got a couple months back, maybe not, but I have a Carillion bear dog, and he's 6 months old, and I got to see him work in action. I think Saturday night, we had a bear come into the yard, and it was really awesome. So I wish I would've got video or picture, but I just wanted to share that tidbit, and, that's about it. I think everything that I've heard so far, I agree with, especially with, what Cole had to say. I think that might be useful. And I'm hoping that I'll be a little more productive from here on out.
Hi, I'm Darren Voss, Montana State University, Havre, Montana. Appreciate all the previous comments. I think a lot of us are on the same page on some of the more discussion points. I think one of the things maybe I'd like to comment about is clarity. Not only do we need recommendations, visions, and statements that we're making about preambles, we have to talk about action items and who or what. I mean, we can make all the recommendations in the world, but unless we point to a group or an organization, it's going to fall through the cracks. So I think we need to be very cognizant as we move forward, whatever dialogue, is what is the action and who do we expect to do this, or who are we asking to do this? So just one of my thoughts.
Good morning, I'm Chuck Brody. I manage Stoltz Land and Lumber, a forest products company in the north part of the Flathead. I think we merit further discussion on the connectivity corridors or connectivity areas. I'm really concerned about any impacts that could result if more restrictions are implemented on these corridors between the recovery zones. There's an awful lot of private land in Montana and all these valleys where the connectivity zones cross between the recovery areas. I just think we can't emphasize we need to use a lot of thought and caution there. Related to that is, I really worry about addressing, right in our opening thing, promoting full recovery of all 4 recovery zones. We have 2 that are with, recovered with lots of numbers, but we have 2 that we only have a little bit in Montana as far as the Bitterroot, and then the Cabinet Yaak is touching Idaho and BC. We need to make sure before we promote those as fully recovered that they actually have an adequate, sustainable habitat to support that many bears. I have a real concern about that. You know, especially, I mean, I'm a huge proponent of letting the bears do what they do naturally without implementing additional restrictions. The bears are gonna do what they're gonna do, and let's let them do it on their own.
Good morning, I'm Heath Martinell. My family ranches in southwest Montana. And, I would also echo a lot of what has already been said this morning as far as, just preserving local communities and the livelihoods that are represented there and how they use the landscape and how what we might suggest might, impact that. And just also, just being aware of what's been happening this spring as far as bears are moving out into areas we haven't seen them. We've already seen quite a few conflicts in areas where maybe we aren't used to them in the past. And, actually, last night I got a phone call about bears, 2 yearlings on a carcass in an area where we aren't used to seeing grizzlies. It's just naturally happening. They're moving, and I guess as these bears move, I just want to know if we're realistic about how much conflict we are prepared to address. And we want to, you know, everybody I think wants to have a feeling that the bears are doing well, and it's just natural to feel that way, but I just want us to kind of be grounded in how much conflict as they move into these areas are we really prepared for, and how are we going to address it. And I know we're working on it, but I think it's just something that we don't really know what's going to happen until it happens.
Hi, I'm Caroline Bird. Can you hear me? Is it on?
Should be on.
You guys good? Okay. I'm from Bozeman, and I'm not gonna talk about a critical issue, although I think it touches on all of this. I kind of came up with a foundational issue that I think we're working on, which is the need for increased resources, for the increasing need for more management to address more people, more bears in more places.
Morning. I'm Nick Gevok. I work for the Montana Wildlife Federation here in Helena. And I guess one thing I thought of looking at this is talking a bit more about what specific mechanism we want to use to provide more funding for this conflict prevention. And I also, I was gone for the May meeting, and I'd like to discuss some of the language in this hunting statement about trophy and sport and some issues that I had with some of that language. Thanks.
Thanks. Robin, I'm now gonna go just sort of as I see names on the screen.
So my name is Robin King. I live in Yak, Montana. I'm also live in the Cabinet Yak ecosystem. I think I really don't have much to add as far as critical issues. I agree with what's been said by my brothers and sisters on my council here. I am looking forward to having those discussions. Glad to be here.
Thanks, Robin. Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dietrich. I am from Hamilton, Montana. And I agree with all of the topics that have brought up. I think we do need to discuss all of them, and they're all very important. I'd like to add protecting remote habitat. I think if we don't protect habitat for the bears, they're going to be displaced and they're going to get into trouble. So I think we need to make sure that we're also making a place for them that's kind of away from the more people that are coming into the area.
Thanks, Michelle. Greg.
Yeah, I'm Greg Schock. I'm from up St. Ignatius in the heart of the Flathead Indian Reservation. And I guess I'm really proud to say what an outstanding program we have up here on the reservation for dealing with conflicts and stuff. The monetary part of it probably isn't anything to speak about, but the reaction time and that kind of stuff. The two things that I guess I'd like to comment on, and the first one is education. I've been reading and hearing a lot about all the grizzly bear encounters this spring and stuff, and granted the whole story isn't available and everything, but so many of them seem to me that with education they all could have been prevented, which would have saved a lot of bodily injury and also some animals that were put down. And the second one is we still have to acknowledge how important agriculture plays in this whole picture, because it's the private landowner that is dealing with a lot of these conflicts and with the bears spreading out, whether it's locally in my area that I've dealt with for 25 years, or whether it's the ones spreading out in areas that they haven't been seen before. And agriculture is still the number one in my mind. And thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Lawrence?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lawrence Grossfield. I'm a cattle rancher in south central Montana out of Big Timber. Yeah, in addition to what we had talked about before we started, the role of hunting and where grizzly bears should be and not be, I am pleased that several people brought up connectivity, and I really think we need to spend more time on that, especially on how we portray connectivity. We talk about connectivity zones, connectivity corridors. I think we should just stop using those terms, because I think to be honest and realistic about what connectivity means, it means the entire western third of Montana. And I think we need to be honest about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Lawrence. So there are a couple of council members that weren't able to join us this morning. So Annie Schuste, who is up in East Glacier, an outdoor recreationist and travel guide, as well as a kindergarten teacher. And we've got Cameron Kelsey, who's in the Gallatin area, who owns and operates his family ranch. And Aaron Edge, who will be joining us here probably within the next hour or so with, oh, Aaron, that was great timing. Aaron, is your audio? I was just about to introduce you as you popped on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Sorry about being late. Am I just doing my introduction?
Yep.
All right. Aaron Edge, I work with a national nonprofit called Defenders of Wildlife. I live in Missoula, Montana.
We also just had folks, and if you're ready to do this, great. If not, we'll give you some time because we'll have an opportunity to do this. But gave council members an opportunity to talk about or mention one critical issue that you want to make sure gets discussed later today.
I think, kind of trying to finalize our vision and working through that connectivity piece. And then I think one thing that we are still batting around is the discussion around the Chuck's suggestion. And so hopefully we can kind of get through those two pieces that we kind of left off with the last meeting.
Great, thanks, Aaron. And Charlie, I skipped you unintentionally this morning. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Charlie Sperry with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Thanks. And Director Williams.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. It sounded like a pretty feisty group this morning. The coffee must have been strong enough, or maybe not strong enough. So good to hear everybody. I will be on the call almost all day, have a couple of meetings that I have to duck out, but then we'll be back on and plan to be on tomorrow. And the reason I want to be on is I think you've done remarkable work so far, and it shows the value to me of putting this council together. that while it may seem process heavy at times and the issues are understandably challenging, that's why we chose you. That's why we chose this council. Think of it this way: what would it have looked like if Fish, Wildlife, and Parks grappled with these issues just on our own and moved on? I think it wouldn't have been the way to go. They're hard enough that I think we really need people like you to dive in and flesh them out. And I'm just really pleased to hear how similar the concerns are. That doesn't make them easy, but I think you're narrowing in on the really important issues that we're going to have to address in Montana, and Fish, Wildlife, and Parks at the head of that. So I just really want to thank you for all of the work you've put in. I can see, and I know it's been a lot of time. How many of you realized how important your ability to write and be a scribe would be? We should have added that into the application process. Anyway, I just really want to thank you, and I will follow today with great interest, and will be on the chat box too if you have any questions of me. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you for joining us.
We'd love to see you in person if you have time.
I do have time. I do want to mention that. I'm glad you brought that up. I do have time, and I want to make time for it. I will come by, but I also today wanted to be on Zoom in respect for those people who couldn't be there in person or didn't feel comfortable being there in person. So I thought for me, it was important to show that I would be on Zoom with those other people. But you bet, let's find a time and I'll certainly show up. This is really, really important to me, and it would be good to see you. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions while we have Director Williams with us? Want to also mention our support team. For those of you on YouTube streaming live, you'll see a bunch of other names on the screen, and we've got a great support team who are our content and technical experts representing FWP, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Forest Service, Wildlife Services, USGS. I'm probably leaving out a few, but those are the names that I see on the screen. In terms of organizations, we often also have representation of Blackfeet Tribe and CSKT Tribe. So thank you all for joining us via Zoom this morning in the event that there are questions from our council members. You guys have been great and very consistent in participating in these meetings. So thank you for joining us today and for your time as well. What we thought we would do next is review sort of where you've been and where you are to date. Sean and I, Sean and I believe that we are a very strong, unified team, and we've been a part of this process since the council was since inception, and we thought usually you hear from one or the other of us in terms of leading discussion, and we really wanted to share our reflections together with the two of you. We're on the same page, we've got very similar thoughts, and just as each one of you have your own individual thoughts about this process, Sean and I wanted the opportunity to share those with you. For Sean and I, you've seen us work together in person here. In order for us to work as a team, we've also had to have very open, honest, transparent communication with each other, with the support team, and with each of you in order to make sure, as best as we can, that you are all successful with your charge as a council. And really, to back up, not because you need reminding, but perhaps you've got folks on YouTube screening who haven't heard this, or just to sort of set the stage and intention around the purpose of the council is to develop realistic and actionable recommendations for fundamental guidance and direction on key issues and challenges related to the conservation and management of grizzly bears in Montana, particularly those on which there is significant social disagreement. So, as Director Williams said, you guys weren't appointed to talk about the easy stuff. You guys were appointed to talk about the tough stuff. And the governor's office and FWP were really clear that they wanted 18 diverse citizens. There are a number of folks who do this every day who have been here to support your work and to provide additional information. But really, the 18 of you representing diverse areas of the state, diverse area livelihoods and experiences and opinions about grizzly bears and the conservation and management of them. So the diversity amongst each of you has been what's made this council work really vital and really important and really challenging. The other piece that we don't talk about as often, but that we did talk about in the very beginning, and we've mentioned, was your values and how that's represented, and where there's pretty significant common ground with your values in terms of your love and appreciation and dedication for the state and for human safety and amongst each other. I've heard several references this morning even about how close you all have become with each other. I think Trina referenced on one last meeting that you guys have become family, and how important it was to continue to stay connected and engage in this conversation. And I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost as we continue to talk about the differences amongst each one of you, because those are there too, and we're not in any way wanting to sugarcoat that. We're wanting to bring those up and to figure out how you have conversation around that continues to move this process forward. And the 18 of you have really demonstrated, as I said earlier, real respect and value for each other in having these difficult conversations, and have demonstrated that you can have those conversations. I'll stop there in the event that you have something that you want to add at this point, John. Before we can sort of do this together.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Heather, and I think the only thing that I was thinking is, along those lines, and I think this moment in time when we've faced so many societal changes has really called more attention to it, but whenever we face a struggle as a society, I think looking at it from a historical perspective, and I heard a historian talk about this the other day, it's not so much reflected in the annals how people responded to that challenge in the moment, in terms of addressing the challenge, it's how they responded to each other over time. And I think I see that reflected in the council, I see that reflected in the way we're responding to both the current pandemic and economic and social justice challenges facing this country. There's so much of it about how are we responding in a way that really reflects our diverse values, but also sustains our society in a way over time that we're proud of. And I really see that reflected in all of you. And I think that's the value added. Director Williams was talking about the value added of this group at the beginning. I think you guys are going to make some really good progress on the issue, and I wouldn't be surprised if you also make some really good progress on recommendations of how to include citizen voices in these conversations moving forward. I just reflect so much on how much you guys have consumed over the last 10 months in terms of not just knowledge on the issues, but from hearing from the public and from trying to sort through all of that and distill it into a set of just great recommendations. And now we're at the point of saying, gosh, how do we give voice to everything that we've heard in a way that is discreet and actionable and gets the job done in 2 short months? And I think that's really why I'm excited about today, because today and tomorrow, we're going to spend a lot of time sorting through where we are, making sense of that, and charting that path forward. We're going to get as far as we can, but I wonder if part of the response that we share as a group is that the kind of coming together that you guys have done, that process in and of itself might be something to consider moving forward? Or, I know at one point early on, we talked about how the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee doesn't necessarily include citizen voices right now. Is there a way to make sure that your input and your suggestions continue to carry forward and represent those Montana values that we talked about in this one? So I guess that's, if I had something to share back right now, that's kind of where my mind is.
Thanks, Sean. It is important. I've heard so many of you talk about how much there is still left to be done, and there is a lot to be done, and to recognize what you have done already, and given how you each came to this table with different levels of knowledge and experience around this issue, and about how really the first 3 months from October through December was really just sort of lots of content and really developing relationships with each other, creating a sense of safety and trust amongst each other, but also shared knowledge and understanding about the issues that you're having conversation about. And so I know a number of you have been doing this for years, some decades, and a number of you are coming to this somewhat new, where you've had some experiences but might not have understood all of the background and the research and understanding about how the system works currently. And so there was a real need to develop that shared understanding and knowledge. And then when we got to January was really when you guys had an opportunity and felt like you had absorbed and processed the information in a way where you could engage in discussion with each other around those issues and start to articulate and formulate ideas that are starting to turn into recommendations now. And so to really understand the process along the way and how much has been accomplished with 18 of you. I mean, a group this size, to see what you've done is pretty remarkable. And then over the last couple of months, and really, I mean, February was when you guys decided upon an initial framework that you wanted to start from. And then March was when COVID hit. And when COVID hit was when you guys were just building that momentum of getting all of your ideas on paper, having discussions in your working groups, putting things back into one consolidated document, and I think now we're in our third iteration of a consolidated document. And really looking at, you know, we have done some synthesis, and as many of you have mentioned, there's more to be done, and certainly getting a sense of, well, are you articulating these things in the way that you're wanting to? Where are the gaps, and how do you further synthesize and make sure that you're conveying a lot of the discussion that you've already had? And where does more articulation need to happen in order to convey a lot of the concerns that were brought up here this morning? And so I think that it's important to acknowledge all of the work that you've done in a short amount of time, knowing that there's still more to be done in yet another short amount of time. We're optimistic that you guys can do it. You've already demonstrated how hard you've worked and how committed you are to this process and what you've been able to produce so far. So I know it's a daunting task, and it's probably easier for Sean and I to say we have confidence in you than it is for you guys to sit down and write it, but we see it, and we're here to support you, as is the fwp support team. So I felt that it was important to acknowledge that, and that you've all really done that with integrity and respect for yourselves, for each other, and for the process. So with that said, we want to acknowledge a lot of the work that's been done here just in the last couple of weeks. And so I wanted to give an opportunity to hear a couple of updates. And Trina, I'll start with you in terms of if you could share the process that you and Annie went through in the last 2 iterations of the consolidated document. And again, for those of you joining us online, they are available. We're not going to get into the details of them, but what Trina will be referencing is online.
Apparently, there are things I need a microphone.
It is helpful for those on Zoom.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Okay, so what Annie and I did was we took the recommendations from the 4 working groups that each wrote some kind of version of the recommendations. Group 1, 3, and 4 were very similar. Group 2 was much easier to incorporate into our document because it was very short. So thanks for that, Cole. So what we did was we took all of those and all I did was copy and paste all into one document, and then we just eliminated repeats. So everything is still in there, or should be, but if it was repeated by more than one group, we went with the better worded recommendation. And then, of course, we had everybody comment with their thoughts and what needed to be added or what needed to be changed. And then we incorporated those comments into the recommendations, and some of them you'll see are in red. Those are additions that weren't in there before at all. And some of them are highlighted, and those are ones that Annie and I definitely needed everyone's input on before we just said that's done. And then Heather told us we had to do the preamble the same way. So I'm pretty sure it was Heather being bossy. Anyways, so we did the same thing with the preamble. We copied and pasted all 4 of them into one document and combined them. And then that also was available for comment, and so you can see in the preamble, there are a few sentences highlighted and they're rewritten. So what we have to do as a council is just decide which version we like best. And then we just cleaned up the numbering, and we cleaned up the repeats, and we cleaned up things that nobody wanted. I commented on some of them, and said, does anybody have a problem with me removing this? And if nobody said yes, I erased it. So what we have now is something that I think we can move forward with and really start refining in that process. And I just had fun doing it because I like editing. Anything else you want me to say? Oh, also Annie really wishes she could be here, but she chose bicycling over us.
Thank you, Trina and Annie. That took a lot of time and a lot of work, and I know that Kristen also helped participate at one point in the process and joined them for one of the iterations. And really, there was so much work that was put in by the 4 working groups, and this was an attempt to get it more consolidated into one document. I think as Annie and Trina said in the last meeting, they did their best to remove the strike-throughs and those repetitions, but certainly if there are pieces that got removed that you felt aren't represented in here, that wasn't done intentionally, and there's opportunity to continue to put those back in. And tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier, we will be discussing this framework and what else you're wanting to do with this in order to move it forward in terms of really capturing the discussion and the process and the intention and meaning behind each of the different sections. So the next update, perhaps Cole and Darren and Caroline, the 3 of you worked on a piece that got reintegrated into the vision. Do you want to share process around that?
Looks like Darren's got a mic close to him.
Thank you. Thank you. I need $2 to do that again. Okay, I guess, I would say the 3 of us volunteered to work on the vision statements that we had from the last meeting on Zoom. We came where I thought we had moved quite a bit forward on the vision statement. I think we hit a a hurdle, for lack of a better word, on how we discuss limitations, funding, and how to address some concerns that several people had. There wasn't a lot of consensus, so the three of us, I guess, volunteered. I guess, is that how it worked, Caroline? You'll get a chance with a mic after me, you know, so you can correct everything I say. So we spent 2 different meetings discussing how to go about, the edits and this dialogues that we thought needed to be discussed in the vision. And I think in the 18 group meeting on Zoom, I think we got hung up on population dynamics, and that kind of structure, and I don't know if anybody was ever agreement on where we went with that. And so you can see where we came up with on the vision statement. We made friendly amendments to earlier statements where we weren't necessarily supposed to be discussing. We kind of brought a quick dialogue that we should never just refer to it as the Grizzly, it should be the Grizzly Bear, just as we go through and start writing our recommendations and everything. We changed minor landscapes and recreation system, minor to let it to, I think it was working lands. I mean, lands kept repeating in that sentence. As we came down through that, the 2 red lines towards the end of the vision statement is where we worked and focused on the most. And the reason we want to look at this holistically as the whole vision. We couldn't just parse out 1 or 2 sentences, because 1 or 2 sentences without the paragraph doesn't make a lot of sense in our mind. So we had to look at it as a whole. So that's how we approached it. I believe, although we are not confident, or we understand there are probably going to be more edits and dialogue about this, but I think we're pretty comfortable where we are on that. As we went down, I think Chuck's got added on to the end of that, and then Michelle had some comments below that. But we stopped before the blue line on our task and our job. So I think we found a happy medium of not necessarily addressing population dynamics, but there is limitations that the state of Montana is going to have financially, resources, ecosystems, and how to address that and how to maybe challenge that moving forward. So there is ways to overcome that. So, Caroline, you want to try, or Cole?
With you. No, we're good.
Thanks, Darren.
Well said, Cole. Thanks, Darren.
Chuck, do you want to share some of your thoughts about the addition that you made to the vision statement?
Yes, thanks. My suggestions had to do with the connectivity, travel corridors between the ecosystems. I've had the luxury of dealing with, I guess we call it luxury, of grizzly bear management probably since the bear was listed and been involved. And so I know a lot of the consequences that happen, and I've been really worried that in the recognition of how important these travel corridors are, and even addressed in Judge Christensen's decision to delay the listing, that we need to be really careful about putting any additional restrictions on these travel corridors or connectivity areas. It's extremely important for a lot of reasons, whether they're crossing private lands, public lands, but if we put restrictions on those, people will see that as a negative to the bear. I think we'll get a lot further with proactive and educational type things than restrictions. I really worry about these connectivity corridors. Huge concern of mine. And I like the wording. I got a lot of input from people, and we kept tweaking it. Anybody else concerns on that?
Heather, can I ask Chuck a question?
Sure.
Chuck, where would you envision that comment going? In the vision, as a recommendation, as the third sentence of the vision, or what do you envision, or how do you envision using that comment?
I actually have thought about that a lot. I thought about your comments, Aaron, that maybe it would be better in the details, but then I got to thinking, if I'm sitting in Martha's chair, or the governor's chair, or the people that have to deal with this on the government side, I think they'd like to see that in the vision right up front, rather than in the details, because then it adds that emphasis of how important that is. Can't stress enough how much of the people that live in these areas and around these areas can be negatively impacted by restrictions. So I think in the vision, I thought about that a lot, and down towards, you know, the bottom of the vision, not something at the top, but I think that's better addressed there than in detail. That's my humble opinion.
Thanks, Chuck. One of the things that I want to mention is, for those of you online, the document that we're referring to is dated June 6th. Charlie, is that what you were? Okay.
Just a question from Aaron.
It's really hard to hear you.
A question from Aaron as to, is the discussion now, is now the time to get into the document, or is that for a different time on the agenda?
So, great question, Aaron. What we want to do now, I wanted to hear the updates from each of the folks that were involved in putting the addition, but I would like to hear from folks what your thoughts are about what was added. But before I jump into that, and certainly, Darren, I appreciate the question for Chuck, Michelle also had some edits to the vision that she worked on. So, Michelle, do you want to share your thoughts behind the additions that you made?
Sure. I'm not quite sure what happened. I did some rewording. I read through the list of concerns that were listed from the last meeting about the vision, and I tried to incorporate some of those thoughts into different areas, and then I put in a slightly reworked Aaron's paragraph, and Chuck, it was before I saw your reply, so that obviously needs to be reworked some more. But I did try to address Lawrence's thoughts without specifically saying east-west, and unfortunately it didn't get into the consolidated document. So what I did for Lawrence was that they would move beyond these zones into parts of Montana where they have not been in many years. So, and then I added in anywhere in Montana should expect potential presence of grizzly bears, because I wanted to definitely address that so people are aware that they could pop up somewhere where they haven't been and where they're unexpected. And then I tried to incorporate and add at the end something that would introduce what Cole and Carolyn and Darren were working on. And I don't know if it can be worked into it, but I thought the sentence, "We envision sound management that finds a balance between the needs of local communities and the conservation of grizzly bears." I think that's really important, that there is a balance. There's two sides to everything. And then I did put the one sentence that I talked about before on advancing the vision will require significant new resources, because we talked about that they had to be new, and an inclusive, proactive, and timely approach to conflict response and conflict prevention. I really think conflict prevention needs to be in the vision. So I put that sentence back in. I'm hoping people will consider it. And that's basically it. And I sent that around the full text because I think there was some confusion trying to find specific edits that I made, and some were kind of incorporated into sentences. So I sent that around in an email to everyone so you can take a look at the full text and get a better idea of what I was trying to say. I don't know if I did a great job. I did try to look at all of those parts and put them in a concise way. So whatever you guys think.
Thanks, Michelle. I think what we're really hearing from these updates, from what Trina and Annie did, from what Cole, Darren, and Caroline did, from what Chuck's done, from what Michelle has done, is really address many of the concerns that you guys shared this morning in terms of, I think from working on the vision statement over the last month, really bringing back up to this higher level of what is the message that you're wanting to convey in this report and in your recommendations, and what is really standing out, and what you're really working on right now is how to articulate that in a concise and clear way. And so these different iterations are moving that process forward. And certainly what I continue to hear is that more discussion is needed to see if there can be better understanding in terms of what you're trying to convey, and then is there agreement to it, and how does that get articulated in the vision and in the entire document. So without getting into sort of the details of it, are there questions, thoughts about this iteration and update? Caroline?
Could we get a copy of Michelle's email so that we can look at it?
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
And really what happened
I was
with,
gonna get a hard copy for
Yeah.
with Michelle's edits was that, and do you want to speak to it, or do you need to speak to it?
Charlie, you need to move the camera.
So what the aim of what Trina and Annie were doing, especially during that document dated June 4th, was to not have edits directly in the document, but to have comments so that it was clean for everyone to read and go through. And so that was why Michelle's edits were taken out and put in as comments for that document. And then in the consolidated, the latest iteration dated June 6th, was to not rewrite the vision, but to insert the edits so that people could see what was new and what was still there. So it wasn't an attempt to dismiss, Michelle, what you had done. It was really an attempt to honor the process of what we were trying to do in moving the document forward. So, I think apologies if that got missed, and Sean's gonna make a copy of your email so that people can see it, since you're feeling that that wasn't accurately conveyed in there. And so that's gonna be true for any of the consolidations that were done. I think the intention was sincere in terms of trying to make this as seamless as possible and as clear as possible. And if intention got missed and you want it back in, please let Trina and Annie know, or we'll figure out the next steps of that process. So that was sort of the thought behind that piece of it.
So one more thing to add to that, was that Annie and I were not touching the vision. That was not our job, so we did not touch it. And that's why I took, so Michelle, what I did with your paragraph that you put in there is I just took out the parts that were repeated from the original vision and I left in, your new sentences, and that's what Michelle's edits on this thing is I just took out repeat.
Any other thoughts or questions about this process and what work was added? Charlie, any questions from those on Zoom? No? Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for that work. I know that, each step along the way is hard. It takes a lot of time. Even though it's one sentence, there were hours and hours of work and discussion that was put into that. And so, thank you for that. I think we're gonna check the time. A little ahead of schedule here, just a little bit. Why don't we go ahead, given that Sean's making those copies, why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute break and resume at 10:20.
So the Blackfield Road, right where that meets the Centennial. So, and then it was actually a friend of mine drove by, and he was kind of giving me a tour. His mom was there. I mean, it wasn't a big tour, just him and a couple people in the truck, but they went by and then they didn't see anything, and they came back and there was a dead cow with the 2-year-old. I'm not sure if a female found it for some, you know, I wouldn't expect to take down a cow, or, it really is not, it's not confirmed what killed it or whatever, but it's a 2-year-old grizzly.
My daughter was that way for a year.
It's new to us.
Hey Heather, you can always come to my house too and hold my baby.
I love holding little babies.
Last 5
Oh,
years.
mine's not so little, but he'd like it.
How old is yours now?
He's 8.5 months and 32 pounds. My back hurts a lot.
I bet.
Here, bring him closer. I want to see what he looks like. Looks so cute.
Yeah. Well, and you know, we had, it's been really dry, but we actually had rain the night before, so it could have been a lightning strike. But the friend of mine did not see it prior to one that just went around, and they're coming back a couple hours later, and so it's, you just don't know, but they did see the 2-year-old.
But it's close, but it does flow, you're right.
Is somebody gonna go check it out? Well, he was gonna, it's actually on Matador property, so he was gonna call, let him know that it was there and what he saw, so that hopefully they'll get a trapper or somebody out there to investigate it today. But just to me, this, the sighting in that part of the world is newsworthy. Because we have a little ground just over the hill, and we've had black bear there, but
some of it's been wordsmithing in terms of, are you able to articulate the concept that you're wanting framed in the vision statement? And so what I thought we could spend maybe the next hour or so talking about is, at this point in the vision statement, do you feel that the issues you want to convey in the vision statement, do you feel like those are identified in this latest iteration? Not necessarily as refined as you'd like them, but conceptually, have we captured the issues you want to make sure are addressed in the vision statement?
Erin's got her hand up.
Erin.
Heather, just so I can clarify, are we talking about the entire vision statement, the vision statement as drafted by the team, the vision statement with additions? Can you just, is it all open right now for discussion, or?
The vision statement as it's reflected in that dated June 6th document. So we've got Chuck's edition in there, we've got Cole, Darren, and Caroline's edition in there, and we've got Michelle's edit in there. And so it's not necessarily right now about wordsmithing it, but when we last left the vision discussion, we identified key concepts and ideas that were missing. And so these updates that were worked on in the last couple of weeks were attempts to integrate those pieces that were missing. So again, not refining the words in here, but have we captured the concepts and ideas that you want to make sure are represented in the vision statement? Charlie. Michelle? Well, first, Erin, did that answer your question?
Well, I mean, I guess just one point I just wanted to make is that I really am struggling, just so you guys know, with Chuck's edition and the way it's worded. And I can't just, the way it's worded, I can't get behind it in the vision statement. I just don't agree with that section. And I have serious concerns about that being in our vision. So just, I guess, making that note moving forward.
And so we'll get into those discussions momentarily in terms of identifying those critical issues that you want more discussion around. What I heard was that was a piece that some are wanting incorporated, and certainly there will be opportunity for continuing to work on wordsmithing and seeing if there's a way to get to an agreement around that. But what I want to make sure right now is, are we at least capturing the ideas that you want represented in the vision statement? Whether you agree with them or not, but for everyone, are we capturing the ideas you want in here? So, Michelle.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I don't think all of my edits actually got incorporated. I certainly can't find them. And one thing that I wanted to really talk about was a balance between conservation and management and livelihoods. And also, we have to have conflict prevention in that vision statement. It's a huge part of being on the landscape with grizzly bears. And I really feel that conflict prevention needs to be a part of the vision statement. And then remote habitat is also one that I don't see in that refined vision. I think that one is in as an edit, but I'm not sure.
And everyone does have a copy of your email, Michelle. Charlie. Robin.
Hi. So overall, to answer your question directly, Heather, I do think that from what I've heard, I think we have included those components that we felt were missing. I think I really thank you, Chuck, for adding that piece. That's helping me understand your concern a little bit better. And then when you talked about it earlier, I had wanted to chat with you before the meeting, and I'm sorry we couldn't get on the phone, but I'm really starting to get a clearer picture about what your concern is there. I think we're getting there, and that's great. I think I'm looking at the full version of Michelle's suggested edits, and I think that there may be some pieces there that might help with that connectivity piece. Yeah, so that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Robin. Anyone else, Charlie? Anyone else in the room? So great work on the edits in incorporating the key missing components. Michelle, I certainly heard you say that the conflict prevention piece is a piece that you'd like to see added that isn't currently in there. And the remote habitat piece I see in your edits in the consolidated version, and we can certainly go back and look at the full version that you sent through the email to see what pieces would go back in here. What we want to do at this moment is have a conversation about how you'd like to prioritize your time for the rest of the day in talking about these critical issues that you brought up now and this morning. So certainly hearing a lot about connectivity, hearing around management and conflict prevention, hearing about a lot about process. How are we moving forward these conversations in a process way, especially around whether there's agreement or not, and what do we do with that? Charlie.
Robin wanted to add something she forgot.
Robin.
Sorry, Heather, you were on a roll there. I apologize. Just quickly, I wanted to make sure I'm being transparent too. I was struggling with how Chuck made his statement, just like Aaron is. And I just wanted to say, though, I think that there may be, I think there's opportunity here, but I wanted to make sure I said that too, so.
Thanks. And I appreciate that clarification, and certainly I know that there's some wordsmithing and that still wants to happen, and I know that in the emails, specifically, Chuck, you reached out to a number of folks for feedback and really trying to continue to figure out how to refine and articulate some of the thoughts that you've been having, and it's sort of an iterative process, right? And so I think, Chuck, you even said that this wasn't exactly where you wanted to land, but this was sort of where you got, and we're open to discussion around that. And that's what we want to do this afternoon, is continue to have discussion around these ideas and concepts that you're wanting to make sure that you're having understanding around, and then determining whether or not there's agreement on that, and if not, how to move that process forward to reflect the differences of thoughts and opinions in the document. You guys have been doing a really good job of trying to convey that with each other, and what you want to make sure happens is that that also gets conveyed and written in the document, so that it's understood by people that weren't able to be engaged in this discussion. So in thinking about that, our idea was that we would dedicate blocks of time to each issue so that we could hear from folks in terms of, let's get clarity around what the issue is, where people are with it, and how you want to move that conversation forward. Tomorrow we'll talk about exactly how that gets done in terms of process of writing and reflection in the document, but how do you move that conversation forward today so that there's understanding of where you are? And so how do you want to prioritize these discussions?
I would, just for clarification purposes, I think, sorry, I usually
I
don't
could
have
barely
that problem
hear
either, when
that.
I'm talking very loud. Is that better? Test, 1, 2, okay. Just for clarification purposes with the additions and stuff, I think personally, I would like to hear from Erin, in regards to what she finds troubling with Chuck's statement. And then the second part is on Michelle's edits, just so I can understand what they're asking for. I understand the conflict response and conflict prevention piece, but what's the definition of suitable remote habitat? You know, I don't know what that definition is, as opposed to, I can't get behind something if I don't know what it is. So for me, clarification to start with, before we even jump into some of these other issues, is gonna be helpful.
So maybe if we could get Michelle to clarify remote habitat.
Yeah, I think there is quite a bit of habitat in, around, and between recovery zones that are roadless, more remote, and suitable for grizzlies. And I do hear from Chuck not wanting to increase restrictions, but I also think we need to make sure that we're not decreasing restrictions. There is a connectivity piece in the Lolo where a number of miles of roads, when the Grizzlies were first listed, those roads they decided should be decommissioned, and they're now all being reopened. And so I guess I think we need to really look at keeping those areas that are remote, inaccessible, and keep them that way, rather than reducing restrictions so that more access is available and the habitat becomes less suitable for grizzly bears. I'm a firm believer in working with what we have, and we have remote habitat, and we have agreements to decommission roads in connectivity areas. They've been in place for quite some time, but it seems that those agreements are kind of being lost and left to the wayside, and I think they need to be honored because these are not increased restrictions. So I guess that's my definition of remote habitat. Roadless areas with food sources and places where bears can be, where they don't get into trouble and get into people areas.
Is that helpful, Jack? Jonathan, what's that?
I can work with that.
He said he can work with that.
Thanks. It's off.
You're actually right by.
Oh.
I was hoping, maybe we could hear from
Can folks hear Jonathan? No. They can't hear you in the room. Okay. Charlie might need some additional microphones.
I was hoping that we could hear from a biologist or manager about those recommissioned roads. If that is the case, that there's roads that were closed for protection of bear habitat, they're now being reopened, what guides those decisions?
Do we have, Charlie, someone from fwp or someone from the support team that can respond to Jonathan's question?
Repeat it again. One eyeball like a pronghorn animal, one over here, one over there.
Well, Michelle had mentioned that in her area, there's a lot of roads that were closed for the protection of bear habitat. They're now being reopened. I guess that was surprising and news to me. So I was wondering if someone who is familiar with that could shed some light to why that's being done.
Right, it's Scott Jackson's question, he's on, he's checking to see, yeah, he is on.
They'll sign off.
Scott?
He's coming in.
Yeah.
He lit up.
Scott, you lit up.
Morning.
Morning, Scott. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so I don't know the specifics. I think what Michelle's talking about is in the 9-mile demographic connectivity area. And I know there's a project that's been proposed there. I know it's gotten a lot of comment on it. I guess I do not know the specifics there, to say one way or another what's going on and how it relates to the the agreements of the past, or how the current project fits in with the road density standards that might or might not exist there. I guess I just don't know the specifics, but I can certainly find out. Michelle, is that the project you're talking about? Is the one in the 9 miles? Is that what that Soldier Butler, I think it is? Okay. And I've seen I've seen some recent write-ups about that and questioning some of the the analyses that were done. That may be one. I guess I don't know how one project, but I don't know how more widely of a concern that is. But I'd be glad to check on that and try to bring more information to that by the end of the meeting. If that's useful. I don't know how that fits in with your agenda, or to have that topic discussed later or not, but.
I think having an understanding of what's happening is helping to inform the discussion. So whether or not it's information you can send via email, or you can re-enter the discussion at some point. Darren.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up real quick, Scott. Also in your research, let's hear about the process. How do those roads make decisions of yes and no? Is Grizzly Bear corridor or connectivity part of that decision making? I don't want to reinvent the wheel. If they're already doing ESA and doing other stuff, is that our job? Not necessarily. There's mechanisms in place. So if you go about the process of it, that would help us, I think.
Okay.
That one or not. Yep.
You bet. I see Lori's hand up.
Yeah.
Hold on, Lori.
I can, oh. Hi, group.
Just kidding. Okay, so I had asked Charlie, for a map of all the public land in Montana, regardless of who it's owned by. So that would be nice to have with that explanation as well for this afternoon's chat. So that's all I had. Now you can go, Lori.
Oh, thanks, Trina. I will say, so I'm sitting in for Cecily, so that's why I'm here. She's out in the field, lucky dog. But I will say that a part of our conservation strategy, so depending on where the project is, though, the NCD, we have this conservation strategy. And if a Forest Service project, depending on what zone no matter what zone it lands in, there are different road regulations. And so if you're in the recovery zone, certain roads will be reopened, but other roads should be decommissioned during that project. And so you might see, because they're just not supposed to go over a total road density. And so you will see that in like the recovery zone, if roads are open to do a project, other roads will be decommissioned. And so that might not be the case in the connectivity areas or in zone 1, but that road after the project will probably go back to being decommissioned. So I don't know if that helps or not, but it's kind of briefly.
Charlotte? Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, just to answer Chad, I think, first of all, I know, Chuck, you kept repeating, we cannot put in restrictions. We cannot put in restrictions. And I think one point I just want to make is that we are not putting in restrictions. So we are an advisory council, and I think there's a process for what, and I completely understand your concern, Chuck. It's not that I'm not disregarding your concern at all. What I'm saying is that I think I would like to recognize us as the council, and that we are not putting those restrictions in. those processes happen through forest planning or state planning or however that might happen. And those are going to move forward on one level or another, regardless of what we say. So, I mean, I also feel like us saying that these projects will result in a negative attitude is us speaking for a sector of the population that isn't comprehensive, just like it may not represent the council as a whole necessarily in that statement. So I guess I just feel like, Chad, those are the things that I have a concern about, is that we aren't putting in restrictions. Litigation is dependent on the case, right? So it may be pro-bear, anti-bear, whatever, anywhere in between. And so I just don't think it's appropriate in the way this is worded. However, I do recognize concerns and that outreach and education is beneficial to those processes. So that's where I'm standing on that issue.
So we definitely have identified connectivity as a critical issue for more conversation, and so we can get more into this conversation. Charlie? Michelle?
Hi, I just wanted to make sure the council also, I forwarded around an email that I got from Bill Shank, because I was asking about litigation and if what we do would affect litigation. And it was a great answer. And I'm hoping that everybody got a chance to read through it. And if you didn't, it would be a great thing to do that, because he put some real clarification for me on what our recommendations might mean to litigation, yes or no. And so I think it would be really good for people to review that.
I'm not sure that went to everybody.
I think it is.
It would go to everyone, but I think it was embedded in a thread of emails. Bill, do you want to summarize? It sounds like a number of council members didn't see that. Not sure if Bill's available to comment at this moment. Oh, is he on mute?
Yeah.
So he might not be available to comment at the moment, but we can loop him back in. If someone can just send him a chat for him to let us know when he might be available, that would be helpful. What other
Real quick,
Hey, Heather.
Yeah.
I am on the phone. Sorry, I was just fumbling with my mute buttons and stuff.
Thanks
This
for
is
joining
Bill.
us.
Yeah.
Think who you are so the public knows your role.
Hi. Yeah, this is Bill Shank. I'm with the Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I was in legal as an attorney when this council began its work, and I'm now in another position, but following through the council's work as legal counsel. I have been privy to this question and this issue in a smaller group discussion, and then Michelle Dietrich did email me a question and asked me if I could weigh in on this topic, and I did, but she was asking me, and so I shared my thoughts with her and said, Michelle, it's up to you if you want to share this out to the group as a whole. I'm not going to do that without you thinking about whether you want me to. But it is out there now, and I'd be glad to send it again. But the issue really, the question really had to do with whether this is in fact a binding, or what are the legal ramifications of this and of the council's recommendations. And so I took a cut at it, and as I've explained in a smaller group before, and as Aaron says, these are recommendations. They cannot be, they aren't binding on any one particular agency or a particular public body or a private individual or landowner for that matter. And so I used an example because of something that we're really talking about now is, let's say just for example, you do have a very strong statement about the need for helping to facilitate connectivity, and that's just an assumption of a possibility on my part. How does that really get implemented? The recommendations aren't self-executing. Again, they don't bind anybody, but we have to think about how they might be implemented by other agencies. And let's say, for example, the Forest Service is going through a planning process. Do the recommendations become implemented into a forest plan such that those existing restrictions on, say, travel or road density or something of that sort are straightened, are strengthened, are tighter, are looser, and depending upon how the council makes those recommendations. And then so looking forward to potential litigation over, let's say, a particular Forest Service proposal for a project, what is then challenged legally is not the council's recommendations, but how they are sort of brought forward into that forest plan, along with a lot of other public input, and it is the plan itself that is challenged one way or the other. But I used a couple of examples there, but then I closed by offering, what I really see as kind of, I did offer some opinion there, which is to say that I hope that the council will articulate through all of this work a vision that's a result of a lot of disparate views and differing values that you've brought to the table, and that how that ultimately plays out in terms of challenges or litigation, how it's used by a group or individual with one agenda or another is really out of your control. And so my humble suggestion is to not concern yourselves too much with that, because it will be used in different ways. It will probably be abused. It will be criticized, and some will compliment and laud it as an exceptional piece of work. But none of that's in your control, and so I suggest not concerning yourselves too much with that, but in articulating the best vision that you possibly can. I think that was the thrust of what I put in that email, and if you wanted to see it in its written, in writing, I'm glad to recirculate that.
Thanks, Bill, that would be great. Carolyn?
I just forwarded it to Sean if we want to print it out.
Okay, Sean will print it out.
Let's do that.
Charlie? Thanks, Sean.
Must be donuts back there.
Yeah, bring some donuts.
Bill, can you forward it to Sean just to make sure it's at the top of his email?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. We've got Martha back. Would you want to share some thoughts as well on this?
I would like to quickly, I just want to amplify what Bill just said, and that is that the recommendations from the council are not regulatory. They're not regulatory in nature. They form the key foundation for what Montana as a state, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks will do going forward. Whether it's going to develop a grizzly bear management plan. So it's an important foundation, but the recommendations are not regulatory in nature, nor can they apply to any other agency, or especially federal agency, unless the federal agency chooses to adopt them, say in a land management plan. So I just, for in a way, it gives you more poetic license to say what you feel like you need to say and not worry that it will be regulatory in nature and or hurt the state or other agencies in the long term. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha. Thanks, Bill. Very, very helpful guidance. Any other questions for Martha or Bill on this? That helps clarify some of the direction for continued discussion today. So I'll kind of go back to the original question in terms of how do you want to prioritize these issues that you identified, both within the vision statement as well as the issues that you mentioned this morning, which there's great overlap there. Cole.
Can I make a comment? So I'm wondering if it might not,
Not on.
sorry, I'm wondering if it might not be useful for us to spend time clarifying our intention for each of the sections of the final document. When we say, can we get on the same page together about what the function of the vision is, what the function of the preamble will be, and what the function of the recommendations? Because I think part of what we're dealing with here is that we all want to make sure the most important things are included, but we're trying to cram. I think we're not quite using, we don't quite understand what each other mean when we're talking about vision. And what I mean by that, to illustrate it a little bit, is if the vision is just, we're all imagining together what Montana will look like if we're in a successful scenario we can all imagine in the future, a fully recovered grizzly bear population. We're talking about prioritizing Western Montana. And then meantime, a Montana where the people who live here and visit here remain whole and can also continue to thrive. I mean, it seems to me like we don't have, if that is what we're after with the vision, we can almost leave it there. But then there's these other concerns that people feel are important and that we somehow need to address, but they may not be specific recommendations. And so a specific recommendation would be, we recommend that Governor Bullock include in the 2021 budget prevention funding to the Livestock Loss Board for grizzly bear grants, right? But there's this middle category that I think we're using the word preamble for, but I think it might be worth clarifying this, where we want to try to say some things that are true and that we think are important to qualify our recommendations, to qualify our vision, but that may not be specific recommendations, and I'll give some examples of that. I think we all agree that significant new increased resources and good coordination amongst all the partners involved in cooperation to minimize conflicts and to mitigate them when they happen is important, but that's not really a specific recommendation. It's just, it gives strength and it gives sort of increased specificity to our vision. As Caroline has said, like, more people and more bears, and that's what recovery is going to mean, and that's what it implies. And that means that we have to acknowledge that more resources and then resources that are well spent will be critical. To me, that seems like a preamble thing. It's not something that a specific agency can say, oh, here's a recommendation that we could implement by ourselves. But it does say something meaningful. Another example, for me, what I hear, for example, Chuck, in your concern about connectivity, which is currently part of what we've got here in this vision, in my mind, that is what I hear, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but what I hear is you saying grizzly bear conservation does not have to mean restrictions. It may mean restrictions in this or that place, but restrictions are not enough. And in some cases may be inappropriate. Like in some cases you may put restrictions on a really good forestry project that would benefit the grizzly bear, and that would be a wrong move. And so in my mind, there could be something in the preamble that basically just recognizes that, look, conservation is about a lot more than restrictions. And in some cases, restrictions may be inappropriate, in some cases, they may be appropriate. I'm wondering if language like that in a preamble could allay some of your concern about what some people might try to do to use connectivity in the wrong way. It's just a question. I wonder if the preamble is a place where we could address something like that. We have something right now in the vision that says grizzly bears will likely move beyond, as we're achieving this vision of recovery, grizzly bears will also likely move beyond that in the meantime. They already are. That doesn't necessarily have to be part of the vision. It's something, but it is true. And maybe that's the kind of thing that is properly stated in a preamble. Like, here's some additional things that our vision implies and that will have to be dealt with, but aren't really a specific recommendation. And then what I think I realized, what I was harping on in the last Zoom meeting was this sense of limits, because I felt uncomfortable that we're setting this floor for grizzly bear. We're setting, like, here's some minimal things that we have to meet for recovery, but where does but what I realized, I think, is that my concern is probably better addressed not in a vision, but in the preamble. I think it's a preamble question, and what I'm trying to get at is that, yes, grizzly bear recovery is going to mean more bears in more places. And it's also true in the meantime that more people are coming to Montana all the time. And in order to minimize and mitigate conflicts, yes, we need more resources. But I think my concern is we cannot continue to allocate more resources to grizzly bear conservation indefinitely. Just a constantly, always growing allocation of funds to grizzly bear conservation. I think that's what I can't countenance. It's not that I don't think that significantly more is important, it's that I just think amongst all the important things out there for a state and citizens to prioritize, grizzly bear conservation is one important thing among many. And so for me, it may be saying that in the preamble is better than in the vision. And I think, I feel kind of bad that I dragged our working group through my process in trying to articulate. I deeply apologize for that. Anyway, I wonder what my suggestion or my question to you all, is it worth spending a little bit more time together defining what we're trying to do in the vision and in the preamble and the recommendations, and could that clarify some things for us?
I think you're definitely on to something, and part of this was going to be tomorrow, but I'm wondering if we switch a piece of that to today, because it's really about, you've seen a consolidated draft of some granular recommendations, and then you've got a preamble and a vision. We haven't spent any time really talking about a preamble. You have in your working group, but not as a full group in terms of defining what are you wanting that section to reflect. There's been some discussion about the vision, and because there isn't clarity about where do these in-between concepts go and how do you explain what your intention is, where does that go? I think that's muddying some of what issues you're agreeing on and not, right? And so if we do have clarity on what the framework of this document looks like, what each section is intended to serve as, what additional pieces need to go in there in order to capture some of this intention behind the recommendations or behind the vision, that might help clarify some of these other discussions moving forward. So I saw Caroline nodding. Would that be helpful to start first with clarifying the intention of these sections and then move into discussion around issues? Charlie? Aaron?
Sorry, I just have one quick question before we move forward on this as we discuss this. And yeah, I think that could be helpful, Heather, just depending on how it goes, I guess. But when we got our document that our consolidated document, can somebody just clarify the highlighted areas as being, are those new sections? Sorry, Trina, I didn't catch that when you said that. I just want to make sure that as we go through this, I understand, kind of that part of what I'm looking at.
Yeah. So the yellow highlighted areas are things that Annie and I didn't feel comfortable editing at all or removing or whatever, because we thought all of us needed to talk about those things and make sure they're all good. The stuff in red came from the comments that everyone made that are either additions or rewrites. So I think there might be a few things that are highlighted that also have a red sentence after them, and that would be the original and then the rewrite, so we can compare and decide which one we want. And then I think that was it that I did, unless you see anything else on there, and then maybe I can remember what I was thinking.
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So, any other hands up, Charlie? No, okay. So, how do you guys feel about spending some time on talking about the different sections, as Cole has suggested, in terms of understanding what the intention is behind those sections, and whether that can capture some of these other conceptual ideas that aren't necessarily specific recommendations, but also might not necessarily fit in the vision statement? Do you want to spend some time doing that this morning that then might help guide what and how we talk about these issues this afternoon? Chad, a thumbs up in person. Trina, Kristen, Darren, Chuck, yep, Pete, Caroline, Nick, Jonathan, Brett. All right, Aaron, awesome. Got a thumbs up? Yeah. I don't have my glasses on.
I think it'd be
But I don't think
helpful,
there's a thumbs down.
it'd be helpful if Cole leads that. He's on
to something, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we still need to frame it a little bit. But I think you're.
Did somebody capture exactly what Cole just said? 'Cause
He was reading from.
Okay, good.
Jonathan.
I go, yeah.
I think Cole and I were both over here, like, researching what is a preamble for the past, probably the whole day so far. But, I think I'm just right there with Cole, and, the preamble it's contextual. It's who we are, what are we charged with, what considerations are coming into this, what is the purpose of our task here, the vision, where do we want to go? So as an example, and Chuck, I'm right with you, like we've talked about this connectivity, I'm there, but it's not our vision that there'll be significant conflict, it's like that's a ridiculous vision for us to have, to wish that upon ourselves. But that's a really good thing to have in the preamble, as some of these recommendations, they're not hitting any of our ideal situation because that would create significant conflict. And because we recognize that from the get-go, and we want this particular vision, we've crafted this set list of specific objectives that will take us from this controversial arena that we're in right now to this more balanced vision for the future, given a whole bunch of unknown inputs that will come along the way. And so we both need to deal with what we know now are both benefits and negative impacts, and be ready for a whole slew of unknowns from social change, development, climate change, whatever it might be. And so I guess, I'm just really fully agreeing with what Cole said there, and I don't think that we can even begin to make or even think about recommendations until we know what we're trying to achieve. And we can't know what we're trying to achieve until we know where we are right now. And so to go from that preamble, understand what challenges we have, maybe we can all, I see it right now, and I missed the last meeting, but I watched it a couple of times and tried to catch up there. I think we're each of us trying to find words that best describe the picture that we envision, and none of us are gonna get that. And so those words aren't going to work, and we need to start over, and we need to find some new words that create the 18-person picture that we're gonna need to describe here. And, yeah, the word choice, the wordsmithing will be endless if we keep hanging on to our own ideals and trying to get them fully described through single words. So I think finding some common language, common vision, will really help us. And so maybe the preamble doesn't have to come first, but I definitely think Cole's right that we're putting a lot in the vision that are actually contextual details for where we are right now. And we should probably try to clarify that.
Jonathan. Charlie?
Just adding, Robin noted in the chat that at least by definition, the preamble is where you would state the purpose of the document. What's this document intended to do? And then Rich added a suggestion too, that you could have something in between a vision and recommendations, which could be guiding principles. And that's what the Wolf Advisory Council did. So I can't recall if they had a preamble, then vision, guiding principles, and then specific recommendations.
Thanks, Robin. Thanks, Rich. Caroline?
And I do think we're at the point
We
where
need
we've
you to
got
use the microphone.
What? I think we're all, in all of our meetings and discussion and what we've getting written down too, I think we're at a point where giving an organizational structure like that, we have the pieces and that they do integrate and form a pretty nice whole, which, I think we're at that spot.
I like that.
One way into this, because it may be that, there's both a preamble for sort of naming our history, we know that a little bit from the executive order, right? We have the objectives lined out there, but just here's who we are as a council, here's our objective, here's, something about our objectives, reference the executive order, whatever. And maybe there's another section called principles, but I wonder whether we could start by sort of requiring of ourselves a few things with regard to the recommendations. Those are the most specific things that we'll do. So should we create some criteria for what counts as a recommendation? Meaning some basic rules like a recommendation should be addressed to at least one specific entity. Like that would be a criteria that we could hold our recommendations to. So basically, creating a rule that we can't make a recommendation into the vacuum, into the void. That we have to say, we suggest this or that specific entity or set of entities, and you can also say, and maybe others, but name an entity or entities that we're addressing our recommendation to, and then perhaps we, create another rule or two about I think maybe I should just stop there. Like, there may be some other criteria, and that could be a discussion, but because the recommendations are the most discrete thing that we're going to do, maybe we could sort of define what we mean by discrete. Yeah, I'll ask folks what they think about that. Talking about the purpose of a recommendation, is that a good place to start?
I think I agree with you, Cole. In other words, you're making it so that it's something tangible, that it is a real recommendation to somebody rather than what we call in the legislature, a resolution is a letter to Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And so this is actionable things that hopefully make a difference, right, for people and for grizzly bear conservation.
So I hear a suggestion of, let's look at these different sections and define the intention for the different sections. and what that intention is and what could perhaps be encapsulated in these sections. So at this point, you've got a preamble, you've got a vision, you've got a set of recommendations Rich suggested, and I heard a little bit different of a definition from Robin in terms of purpose of the council versus what I heard Jonathan and Cole articulating for preamble. So certainly having a clear sense of what that would look like, and maybe a combination of all three of those.
Or there's that guiding principle.
And then what Rich recommended was the guiding principles section as well. So perhaps we could look at what you want in those sections, and then what's still missing, and does there need to be a section that can encapsulate that? Especially as we're looking at the strategies in the executive order and some of the intentions behind all of the discussions that you've been having. Where does that get reflected? Charlie?
Just clarifying, the folks that are looking at the Wolf Advisory Council's recommendations picked up on the fact that, at least how they did it, was a preamble, guiding principles, and then recommendations. They didn't have a vision per se.
But really, a vision is our guiding principles. It's just a different way of saying that. The vision should be inspiring us and directing us. And so it's no different than a guiding principle. I think we're wordsmithing even the title of it. So that's how I have a vision. It just should be our inspiration or our guiding principles. So.
I agree completely with that. Yeah, I think we gotta be careful of not wordsmithing our headings or subtopics, but, you know, as I look through here, we've got all these recommendations for connectivity, where it's clear that not a single one of us agrees with another one as to what that means, where it exists, how to go about it, yet we've got a dozen recommendations of how we're gonna deal with it, and that seems backwards to me, to try to create our vision out of what our random assortment of recommendations that we all threw together is. Seems like if we were to focus on this preamble and vision or guiding principles, whatever it might be, let that determine what our recommendations are rather than the other way around.
Go in there. I think it's both. I think that's what I mean by it needs to be iterative. We need to look at those recommendations because we've put a lot of time in those. So let's look at those and see if there is a guiding principle that comes out of them.
Sure.
Because otherwise, all that work that went into the connectivity that we've been doing for the last month, that's what I mean by it needs to be iterative, that the pieces are in place there and it needs to speak to each other. I don't want to leave out all that work for all of these recommendations. I think the recommendations can speak to and help us with those guiding principles.
Okay.
So that's what I'm doing with that hand gesture.
And that, yeah, I agree completely on that. And I'm not worried about litigation. I'm worried about our own contradictory messaging just being completely unusable to anyone. And that's, to me, more difficult. And so, you're right, the iterative process, as long as it adds up, you know, but if we have a dozen recommendations that speak against our vision, this whole thing will be just, you know, worthless at that point.
I totally agree, and that's why, Jonathan, that's where I was going at, starting with what we've already put down as our recommendations, and is there something that bubbles up out of that? That's like, oh, this is where we've come to, here's the clarity around what we're saying, or not. If there are contradictory statements in those recommendations that we've all been working on for a long time, that's the discussion we need to have so we can get to the guiding principles. But if we have guiding principles and then go down and read our recommendations and they don't comply with what we come up as a guiding principle, we've ignored all that good work that we did come up with the recommendations. So I think it has to come both ways. And I'm advocating, let's read our recommendations and see if there isn't, and I guess Trina and Annie, you guys would know, like, is there a bigger picture in each of those areas of recommendation that then bubble up to be like, this is what we're saying.
So I'm hearing two pieces of this. One is content, and what is the content, and do we agree with the content, or are there gaps in the content? And then structure in terms of where does the content go? And are there pieces of content that are missing to describe the rest of the content, right? And so some of this discussion is that there hasn't been a place to insert some of the ideas that help frame some of the recommendations, and also wanting to make sure that the content is consistent.
Well, Cole described it really, really well earlier, is that there's these guiding principles that are neither a recommendation, because they're not actionable or specific, but they're also not part of a preamble or a vision. I think you captured that really well, so I go back to what Cole said.
Sean, did you want to say something?
Just that Charlie had the Wolf Advisory Council recommendations on his screen, and he was gonna share that, with everyone in person and online. And I think the reason for doing that was to respond in part to what Darren was saying, and distinguishing between a vision and guiding principles, at least how they were used in this example, because they did go down into a level of detail that's beyond a vision. And then, as I was thinking about this conversation and hearing what's being said, I really see the preamble very much in line with how you guys are talking about it. It sets the context, it outlines the challenge and the opportunity facing all of you in coming up with a series of recommendations. The vision is where do you want to go, right? What do you really think the future could look like? The guiding principles is your theory of change. How do you want to get there? What is that strategic direction that guides all of your recommendations? And then your recommendations are the specifics. They're the actionable pieces. And so thinking about what Cole was saying, yeah, let's have an audience. And then on this last piece of conversation, let's also make sure that one of the criteria for those recommendations is they connect back to the guiding principles and the vision. There needs to be a nexus there, and they need to be informed by one another. But I think that's how I see the pieces fitting together.
But we need to start at the preamble, right?
We need clarity on all those pieces, and I think a lot of it's there, but I think where we are right now is making sense of it.
So your idea then, Cole, is that we identify the importance of each one of those and then go back and fill in the gaps?
Yeah, when I look at what's here, I think the Wolf Advisory Council embedded a vision within their preamble. I think there's both things going on there. I'm not sure if that's the way we want to do it. I would suggest that the vision is the shortest thing we have. It really is what we aspire for Montana. And I think we probably, with what we've got in the vision here, we could probably boil it to 2 sentences. And for me, and this is where I differ a little bit with just our interpretation, what words we're using for the sections, the principles are something different. The principles are something like, several of us that are come from the working land side want to say, working lands are key here, right? We've got to really make sure that we're setting them up for success and not overburdening them. That, to me, that's a principle. It's a principle that if the council all agrees on, that's a significant point of reference to sort of hold our specific recommendations accountable to. And so I've talked about vision there, I've talked about the principles, talked about specific recommendations, and I think there is a fourth thing, which is the context setting. And maybe it's kind of what's also lumped together with vision in the Wolf Advisory Council's preamble. Something just about the council's background and how it sees itself as a citizens council. We already have something about that in our consolidated document. We see ourselves as non-experts, representing different perspectives from Montana. So I guess I see the principle or the preamble as providing those kinds of contextual bits. That's different than a vision, and it's also different than kind of principles that we can really look at. Like Chuck, what you were saying that, or what my interpretation of what I heard you saying, which I agree with, is that management on behalf of grizzly bears may involve restrictions sometimes, but sometimes restrictions aren't the answer. And if we could find a way to say that, I think that's a really good common point of reference. Feels to me like there's kind of 4 different categories of things going on here. And maybe vision, preamble, principles, and recommendations are 4 ways to capture that. And I don't know if we could get a sentence, like is it worth us trying to put a sentence behind each one of those headings so that we can really know we're agreeing on what we need? I'll just add, this is now shifting gears a little bit. When I suggested earlier that we could talk about what are the criteria we're holding a recommendation to, I also think that's another place we could go work, whatever in the day we want, or tomorrow we want to do that, so I mentioned addressing it to someone in particular, but there are some recommendations we have now that I think you could argue that it's just a restatement of one of the objectives in the executive order. You know, recover grizzly bears, make sure humans are safe, and I'm not sure contain a lot. You know, they ought to be assumed. They're implied in our instructions as a council. And so if we could create a couple more rules underneath what counts as a recommendation, it'll allow us to go through those recommendations and be like, okay, is this something new? Is it a contribution from our council, or is it more of an affirmation of our purpose? I don't know if I can sort of motion. What do people think of the 4 categories? A vision, preamble, principles, and recommendations.
Aaron and Charlie? Charlie, are you Aaron?
Aaron, Robin, and Michelle all have their hands up, and I just want to check an assumption like Cole when I have turn. Thank you.
When you have a turn? Do you want the turn now?
Well,
And if so, you need a mic.
just a clarification question is, I think, Cole, am I correct, your assumption, or my assumption is that these categories you're talking about, that there's a fair amount of those, that information that's already there in what we're all walking together as recommendations, and that some of what you're talking about is just moving stuff around and not necessarily having to, synthesize everything from scratch. Some of it's there, and it's just struggling to figure out the right place to put it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think Caroline also really is saying that. Like, we've got stuff kind of now in front of us, and if anybody feels like there's just something that has not been said or a key issue left out, then we need to get that in front of us. But I agree that it is a lot about now just clarifying what is what, trying to categorize it in a way that's useful.
Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm wondering that if we're gonna do principles, a preamble, and a vision, do we do a vision and guiding principles? Does the preamble need to be separated? So that's a question I have. I'm just not sure. I don't really, it feels like a lot if we split it up into those various different things, but maybe I just can't vision that. I can't see it yet. The other thing is, I think there has been a lot of work on these recommendations. And so when you say, to create criteria, I think that makes sense on some level. And in some level, there isn't going to be a specific entity to direct a specific recommendation to, because that entity hasn't been identified yet, but it's still a recommendation. And so I think we just need to be careful to not disregard the process we've gone through on some of these recommendations, and make sure that we're not losing things simply because they don't fit into a very strict box. And so I guess that's just one thought I have moving forward. And I do think that there is a lot of this, and what we're talking about is here. And things can be moved around. But I get worried if we're going to dive into a whole new section that is whole new information. I think that just timeline wise and other reasons, I think it might be hard. But again, I'm not sure. I'm just not seeing it yet.
Well, and I think that based on Charlie's kind of clarifying question and Cole's response and sort of what I've heard in the room is that it's really about first defining what these sections are as opposed to assuming, so that there is clarification on that. And that you're right, Aaron, most of what we're talking about is there. It's really about how to make sense and organize it, and to then see where other pieces of the conversation that haven't been captured in writing, where those go. And so that's really, I think, both the team of Cole, Darren, and Caroline, the exercise of trying to come up with a sentence and not really feeling like it really goes into the vision, but where does it go, because it's not a specific recommendation. And same with Chuck's work and the process that went into that. Where do these pieces go? Because that has been important conversation, reflective of the group, reflective of a lot of discussion, but hasn't really been formulated into a recommendation because maybe it's not a specific recommendation. So I hear looking at sort of how to structure this document as a way to figure out how to make sense of what's already there and to plug in some of this additional conversation. Was Robin next?
Robin and then Michelle.
Okay, Robin?
I'm struggling with my mute button as well as our other person was. So sorry, I'm going to go back because I had my hand raised for quite a while. We've talked about a lot since then. I just shared a definition I found about preamble, just so we know exactly what that was. That's what I was sharing, not my opinion about it, just a definition. And I think I'll just skip forward now to where we are in the conversation. I agree with Caroline and Aaron and some others who have said that I really think we've done a lot of hard work and I don't want to start over again. I really like the framework document that we began working on. I'm happy to make some clarification and definitions about preamble, vision, and whatever else that might start that. But I personally think that we've done a lot of hard work of putting this together, and I don't want to start over again. And now I'm understanding I don't think that's what's being suggested. And I would just like to say that I think that Trina and Annie did a great job of synthesizing pieces, and I do think we have some work to do about looking for repetition, looking for things that need more direction, as Cole is bringing up. Who's going to do this? I think Darren brought this up too, being very specific. So I'm okay with that. But I have to tell you, I think the basic framework we have is a pretty good way to work forward. And I really want to complete this task. And so I want us to keep that in mind too. And again, just to restate, happy to have some definitions there to give us some context, but I'd like to see us sort of stay on course with the framework that we have.
Thanks, Robin. I think just to reiterate and be really clear, we're not starting over. That's no one's recommendation. That's not on the table. There's great appreciation for what's there. It's about how to make sense of what's there. So just to make sure that everyone's really clear that that's not what the suggestion is. It's really more about how to make sense of what's there. So Michelle, just because she's been waiting for.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm trying to come up with a way forward. A lot of work has gone into those recommendations in small groups of 4. We have not, as a council of 18 people, looked at each one of those recommendations. Since Missoula, we chose to do recommendations first, and that's what we focused our time on. I wonder if it wouldn't be an interesting thing to, one, kind of decide what the preamble and the vision should not say specifically, but what define them. as a council, what we think they should be defined as. And then go through each recommendation and not argue about wordsmithing, but each person says, I can get behind this, I'm concerned about this in this recommendation. I think there's some general parts of this recommendation that could be in the vision or could be in a guiding principle if that's what we choose to do. I have concerns about this part of that recommendation. Okay, so we go through, we don't argue back and forth, we just state our concerns and they're written down and documented, which would give us some points moving forward for some working groups to kind of say, okay, this recommendation, parts of it could be in a guiding principle, the more general parts of it, the more specific parts of it could be here. I actually think since that's the process we've been doing, we should do it as a whole council, because I think people have thoughts on each one of those recommendations. And with the idea that we could say this really could be part of the preamble, or this could be part of this, with the definitions that we create for those things. I just think as a council, we haven't done this yet, and we need to. And I think, I don't know, that's the way I see moving forward, where it's not an argument about each one, where we take an hour on each one. We just each expresses concerns or positives or thoughts on each one of the recommendations. We might be able to tease out some really good agreements on what would be in the preamble, what would be in the vision, what might be a guiding principle. I also want to reiterate that we shouldn't be really strict on it must have a direction to a person or to a specific agency, because there's probably some recommendations in there. As we go through, we might note that this one really is something for the federal government, or something that doesn't really have a specific group. So anyways, those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Michelle.
So for the last 2 weeks, that's literally what we've been doing with this document on Google Docs, and that is why we were all putting in comments on each and every single recommendation that was in there, and that's why we were striking things out, and that's why we were writing rewrites, and that's why we were writing additions. So I don't think we need to beat a dead horse. We've done this for 2 weeks, and we had a last call for comments on Thursday by noon, and I feel like everybody that wanted to comment did. And now we have this working document. It's not done, but I feel like we've already gone through it line by line and done that.
I feel like I didn't see what, a lot of things were resolved before we really saw what other group members, I'd like to understand what other group members think about each one of those recommendations. I don't feel like I've had that opportunity.
Jonathan, did you want to say?
Kinda related.
Okay, so I will, I was going to say something, Charlie. Aaron?
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, I do feel like, I do feel like that we did get through this document multiple times, and people did have an opportunity to comment. And so I guess part of me feels like that has been done. And I think I would worry about us going through each one, because I feel like that would be unbelievably time consuming. But I do feel like maybe, and I don't know who does this or how this happens, if it happens as a whole or if there's a team, or, but for things that are highlighted, or things that, you know, we're going to have to prioritize, I guess is my point. And there are things in here that I think we've all looked at, or at least I would hope that all of us have looked at, that we could maybe move on from. And then there are things that we need to maybe move, or like Cole was saying, or you know, edit or whatever. Like it's not complete, but I would worry if we went through each one of these. I feel like it would become a discussion on editing, even if maybe we didn't mean it to do that.
Sure. And I think what we're really trying to do with these 2 days is figure out how to prioritize large group discussion. And there is a lot of common ground in this document. And Michelle, the iteration dated June 4th left all the comments in there. So the June 6th document has all the comments resolved, but that was why we've got both iterations, is that June 4th should have all the comments that were put in there over the last 2 weeks. So no comments were resolved out of that document. It's the June 6th document that was cleaned up, the comments. So if you want to go back and see what was written. We also appreciate that not everyone either had the time or is in front of a computer and does that. And so yes, these last several weeks, the intention was for each of you individually to really go through this. Part of the exercise this morning was to get a sense of what do you feel is priority for discussion while we have this large group time together. And to kind of go back to Cole's initial sort of motion as opposed to a recommendation, is that we look at the structure of this document so that we have an understanding of how to move things around and what needs to be encapsulated, and do we have the sections that serve those purposes? Because there are some items that are listed as recommendations that might be more overall strategies, or pieces that were in the executive order that you wanted to make sure were framed, but might not necessarily go in that section. Charlie.
Robin's got her hand up, Michelle's trying to clarify something. And then I was glad to hear you bring back full circle to the earlier exercise of your listing. What are the things that they really do feel like need more discussion before you start actually trying to wordsmith them?
Yeah, because where there are ideas that there's common ground, we've had a lot of that discussion. Tomorrow, we had slated time to talk about how do we want to move this process forward, and so that can get to some of what Michelle is talking about, is making sure that what is written is indeed things that you have an understanding of and agree or disagree, and what else needs to go in there. But I think first understanding what do these different sections mean, and I think coming up with a sentence or two that describe it so that when we say vision or preamble, there's a common understanding of how we're using that word. But we also want to make sure that we have time to have the discussion about some of the issues where there's not full understanding or full agreement on as well. So I don't want to lose that opportunity either. John?
So we're back,
Oh, sorry, Robin.
I am
Sorry.
back to where
Oh,
I thought we were talking about, but
okay,
we were kind of
never
all
mind.
over. So I just wanted to mention, this is what I was gonna say earlier, but, you know, to Cole's point, full circle back to where we are, a good example of this, a guiding principle of using the best available science, because right now there's a recommendation under each heading that use the best available science to come up with education and outreach. Use the best available science to determine distribution. And so that's an example of, before we go through each recommendation, why don't we figure out which are actually recommendations and which are just rehashing guiding principles in every different potential scenario. So I was just kind of looking through, and I've seen that we have a lot, they're not redundant, but they could be covered by an overarching principle that we're adhering to and could help streamline our work quite a bit.
Robin, and then Cole.
Okay, yep, I'm unmuted. Thank you. So I'll go back, I'll say again, I think that if everyone would look at the way that Trina and Annie organized the document that we've been working from, the highlights, they did a really good job of showing where we already know there needs to be more discussion. So that's number one, we already have that in front of us. Then, as we all go through the document that has the comments in them, which is dated, I don't know which date that is. But Heather, you made the distinction between those two documents. That would be very helpful if we could, make time to look at those. I know that's what I spent my early morning with this morning, and it was very helpful. So that's not as overwhelming as it seems. And then we have a way to move forward because other things will bubble up as now as an 18-member council, we're going to talk about these things. And I guess I'll restate again, I'm happy to have these definitions if we think we need them, if it's going to move us forward. And I will stop.
So we have about 15 minutes before lunch, and I wonder if we can use that time to define these sections. Is that where you were going, Cole?
Yeah, I was gonna give an example of how I think the categorization and the definition of the sections and their purpose could help us. And I'm looking at Michelle's comments, from the email today. I think we all have that paper printed out in front of us. And she says, suitable remote habitat should be preserved to provide distance between bear and human populations. So I read that, and I think part of it is an affirmation that suitable remote habitat is an important piece. But we have a lot of it, and so there may be a section where we affirm in principles that suitable remote habitat, wilderness, is a key component of grizzly bear population. And then I think there's an additional question is there a recommendation being made here that the remote habitat be increased, whether that's wilderness or some other classification? And if that isn't a recommendation, then we should address that as a council. If this is more just an affirmation that remote habitat is critical, then there's a place for that in the principle section. And so it's in interacting with each one of these comments, and knowing kind of where things go in the structure that we can begin to, I think, find resolution. Another example, connectivity. Under the connectivity recommendation, there's a few right here in a row. Number 12, private landowners are an important part of the decision-making process and should be included in the process and provided the needed resources to protect their livestock, crops, etc. So a lot of things going on there. Private landowners should be included in what decision-making process or processes, and once we name those, that could be a principle. But the other thing is about resources. And if we have a recommendation about increased resources to support ranching, then this could be consolidated there, and it belongs as a recommendation. But it's not until we have categories that we can put these in their place. The next one down is from me, number 13, the threat from increasing climate change and the impacts it may have on Montana ecosystems and their inhabitants should be addressed. That's not a recommendation. It's not intended as a recommendation, but it's an acknowledgement that climate change long-term is an important consideration. And we could, in principles or in a preamble, make reference to the Montana Climate Solutions Task Force. I can't remember that's the exact name of it, but there's a state process for that. We could make reference to that group. But it's not really a specific recommendation for a FWP. I'd like you to address climate change, and I'd also like you to increase, right? It's not the intention of it. And I think we could, whether it's a synthesis task force that goes beyond this council and is a small, like, in-person working group working through these once we have categories, or whether it's the whole group, eventually this process of inquiring specifics of each one of these and trying to put things in their place is critical. That's the purpose of the categories.
I agree.
Charlie, was there something that has come through that would help? I don't know if it was Robin's definitions or you guys were just looking at something else. Who? Aaron?
Just as we're talking about categories, I think we also need to not forget that we have this section on hunting that we need to decide, are we pulling that out? Since we're not probably going to come to consensus on that, I think that was the consensus we came to. So what does that section look like? That section that maybe valuable input or pulled out as its own separate sheet that goes to the governor. So I guess as we are talking about this, we need to also make sure that we don't lose that as well.
I think, this is Caroline, I think that's right, Erin, and I think this sorting process might help us with that. That there might be some overarching statements we say about hunting that we don't have consensus, but then we can sort that through. So, let's see if we can use this kind of sorting process and see if that works for that as well.
Yeah, I want to get behind Cole and Brett's comments that I was trying to jam a lot of our guiding principles that I was reading from everybody as a whole into the vision, and that's how I saw the vision, is that these are what we are going to build recommendations on, our foundation on, right? I love the idea of synthesizing all the hard work we've done already into guiding principles, along with a short vision statement, like we have. I don't think we can chop that up as we need to, but I love the idea of having, these are the guiding principles that we're trying to make decisions on. Doesn't say we're not gonna have disagreements on hunting or anything else, but it's general synthesis of what we're about and who we are and what we see as a citizen guidance council. So I can get behind those comments and that group as we push this forward. Because we're not backing up, we're actually moving this forward and making them clear, short, live-by statements is what we're hoping for. So.
And easier for the reader to understand the process and intention of the document as well.
So I'll add one thing to that. Andy and I started doing that. You can see that we got rid of some of the headings and combined some of them, and I absolutely think that needs to be done more, and I think probably half of these recommendations could go away because whatever. But yeah, so that is what we started, and as far as the hunting thing, that's why Annie and I decided to do what we did, because we knew we weren't going to agree, and there's no point in spending hours arguing over hunting when we can just say, this is what the pro-hunting people think, and this is what the anti-hunting people think, and now we're done. And then resources, we also talked about not listing them in the recommendations, but saying we need more resources on whatever. And in the appendix, here's some ideas for various agencies to look at in case you need some help. So I'm down with being on that committee, because it's mine.
So I think I'm hearing agreement for let's understand these different sections, let's define them. Jonathan, did you?
I think it's reasonable. The hunting was brought up, and so I'm just curious, on issues that we don't agree, do we think it's better to not still offer recommendations about how the inevitable or potential eventual practice of hunting? Like, do we want to remain silent just because we don't agree on it when it may happen anyway? Because we've discussed, we're not regulatory. We can say we can't agree on it, but that doesn't mean that there won't be one, and I feel that it'd be more responsible and helpful of us to craft recommendations for what that might look like.
So what we talked about, as in Annie and I, the dream team, was the hunting thing, the paragraph. But as far as other recommendations that we don't all agree on, we thought maybe, we had talked about putting them in the appendix at the very beginning of this whole process. And then we thought maybe we should include a vote on all of those. Like this got put in the appendix 17-1. So it's still really important to us, but we couldn't, or whatever, or this was a split vote or whatever. I think that would be helpful for everyone reading it to understand where we're coming from.
We've got a couple of hands up, I'm losing track of order here. Aaron, Michelle, and Robin.
Aaron.
Yeah, Jonathan, I kind of wrestled with that as well on, pulling hunting out entirely, versus saying if hunting is to occur, here is X, Y, and Z. But I think as I've kind of thought about that, I feel like it could come out as an appendix with that include, so how, you know, it's been consolidated already in the document we're looking at today, where this would all be one piece of paper, but it would not, we wouldn't lose some of the things that we've worked through as far as if hunting were to occur, X, Y, and Z. Yeah, and thank you for organizing that way, because that was really helpful for me to view it almost like its own thing.
Is it Michelle and then Robin, Charlie? Like,
Sure.
how about we do that?
It's been so long, I'm not sure if I'm going to take us back. I guess when I talked about going through each one, that was one of the things I was trying to say, exactly what Cole said, is that some of these can be taken out and put in different places. And maybe that's a working group job. But I think we need to be careful on the Google Docs that things don't get lost. I know there's a wish to be concise and a wish to resolve and consolidate, but I think we need to make sure that everybody's heard, and that things aren't taken out before everybody agrees that they should be taken out. But I do think that we could go through what we have, and with definitions of what these different areas are, try to pull them and look for ways to tease them into other places. And I'm not sure what the best way to do that is, but and some of you have already kind of decided some that could go in different places, but we are a group of 18 people and everybody should have a say.
Robin.
Okay, sorry you can't see me. I've heard that my video is freezing a little bit, so I'm hoping my audio is doing okay. So I'm going to go back to the hunting piece. I do think that I understand and have thought quite a bit about this, and also have spoken to other council members about what's that sweet spot of common ground for us. And I think we found it. And again, when Trina and Annie suggested that we put those statements in, I think you can capture what could be considered a recommendation in both hunting and no hunting. And I think that the governor will then have the information that he was looking for, but it also honors our process where we could not find consensus on it. So I think it's the best way forward, in my opinion, for us to go forward with this. I want to, in the spirit of transparency, I want to be clear that I couldn't support making recommendations for hunting. And I'm sure that y'all could also not support making recommendations for no hunting. So again, I think we have found that best way forward on this, and then the information is there for the governor to consider.
Well, as I recall, Martha talked to us and said that, it's not our decision to make a recommendation as to whether or not you hunt, but if there was a hunt, what would that hunt look like? I think we need to keep that in the front of our minds, not whether we agree or that we should hunt, but if we do, what would it look like?
Yeah, so obviously we need to have that conversation because that means something different to me, you know, so I hear it a little bit differently. So Brett, thank you for that. And
We lost you, Robin.
continue with that conversation whenever it's appropriate.
Martha would jump in on that again.
Martha?
I don't know that I have anything to add. If you have questions, that's fine. But I would say where you have identified where you cannot agree, I think that is still very helpful to know. I mean, so hunting, what might it look like if we were to go forward with it. Sure, that is helpful, but it is also, I think it's okay that you can't come to agreement on that, and recognize you've had these robust discussions and aren't in agreement on that. I think that is still a valuable product from all of your work. So there are going to be places where you may not get to consensus, and identifying those places, I think helps. So I don't know whether that adds to your conversation, but I think instead of worrying about it so much, how you come to an agreement, I think in this instance, it's fair to recognize you won't or are not likely to.
So Martha, sorry, can I ask her a quick question? Would you rather that we do like Brett recommended and say what we would like to see if and when there is a hunting season? Or would you like to see the 2 different paragraphs about why there should not be hunting and why there should be hunting and how it should be managed?
Ooh, and sorry, Heather and Sean or others can't kick me under the table because I'm not there. I'm stepping in too late to this. I think if you get to explaining if hunting happens, how it should happen, that is helpful. And the 2 paragraphs on that sounds to me like I'm trying to think of the word advocacy for hunting or advocacy for not hunting. That seems less helpful to me than the issues you've gone through, that you've had to sort through on why you were not able to come to consensus on the hunting issue, the what you worked through, what you talked about, and why you couldn't come to an agreement on it versus the advocacy for hunting or against. That seems to me to be more helpful, because I'm thinking of how might Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, for example, take your recommendations and move forward. And any decision on hunting is going to be incredibly challenging, and it's going to be up to the well, and we're not there yet. So it seems to me that pros and cons are less helpful than what are the issues you are trying to sort through and ultimately couldn't. What are the underlying disagreements? That's a heads up. Does that help at all, Trina?
Yeah, that was exactly what I wanted to hear, so thank you.
Great.
I mean, not that I was, how I wanted you to answer, because it was very clear. Shut up, you guys, it's lunchtime.
Well, that is helpful, and I think that we're using hunting as an example because it is so clear that there's disagreement and there's clarity that there's sort of one end of the spectrum or the other, and I think, Martha, you said it really well. And this is what we were talking about back in October. We haven't had as much discussion about it now, but that the process and the discussion is just as informative. And how does that get conveyed so that when we're talking about the structure of the report, where do these pieces get incorporated? And so we're using hunting as an example, but there may be other areas where there are differences, and so how do you convey those? And just as we talked about before, you know, in the executive order, the recommendations need to be actionable and realistic, right? FWP and other agencies are going to want to know what to do, but also how you got there and what that process was like, even on all the things where there's consensus. How was that? How did you come to that? What was the intention behind that? And so that gets us back to talking about where do those pieces go in the report and looking at the structure of the report. So.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on one more thing there with you, Heather. and I see other people have their hands up, so I'll say this and then duck out. But I do want to caution you in that putting this council, the governor put this council together. And so the council provides recommendations, certainly to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I would suggest that the recommendations also apply across the board to state agencies. But the council, I don't believe, has jurisdiction or authority. Well, it's not even, it's recommendations, but be careful wading into recommendations to federal agencies or other entities, because they weren't part of putting this council together. So I think it's fine to sort out where the need is in these other agencies and other entities. That's one thing, but be careful in making recommendations to them, in that this was a council created by the governor and can influence state agencies, but doesn't have a authority or jurisdiction, I don't think, over the federal agencies, I would imagine. And they could speak up, but I'd be careful wading into their jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha. So we are a little bit already after noon. I heard there might have been some other hands up. Charlie? You don't know? Okay. So, did you want to make?
I just found that discussion and that clarity really important, that we know that our recommendations are durable and important, even if we come to different perspectives. And that explaining that and giving the background to those discussions, that really lit a light bulb for me, is that this will still be really important and helpful work that will endure and be meaningful, even if there are areas of disagreement. Thanks.
Can I make a motion that we move, I see Robin. Robin, did you want to say something quickly before we break for lunch?
Yes, thank you. I would just say that I do think that the process we've come up with for the hunting, no hunting piece gets to what Martha was bringing up. And let's just make sure that going forward, we just clarify that, because I'm understanding that piece differently than other folks are. So I think we're there. We just need to get it clarified in our definitions.
Okay, Charlie.
Michelle did clarify she does have her hand up and does want to jump in.
Michelle.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I've had my hand up for a while. I don't think the hunting should go in the main recommendation file. I think it should be an appendix because we did not reach consensus. I also said in those international cafe sessions that I felt uncomfortable with assuming that if there is a hunt, these are some recommendations we have, because it assumes there's going to be a hunt. My understanding is if a hunt did down the line come about, it would go through public process. And it would go through the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and that process would happen. And I don't think that our recommendations now should have that much weight about sidebars. I think it's good to put those sidebars in, but I think they should be in the appendix.
Thanks, Michelle. Let's continue this conversation after lunch as we talk about what the structure of the report, what sections you want and the intention for that, and where other items might go, such as this hunting piece. I'm hearing some different thoughts about that and want to make sure that we have time to talk about that, as well as getting into discussion around these critical issues that you wanted to make sure you have time to discuss while we're all together. So lunch just got a little bit shorter. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock.
What is lunch?
What is lunch?
That's what I thought, I was making sure.
Watch this on your own, there's, within walking distance of here, there's a Subway, a Last Chance Creperie. And a barbecue place, Hokkaido Ramen, all those are very, very close to Cortez.
We need material in here, Charlie?
Oh, the brew pub's right next to,
Group up.
the bar attached to the hotel is actually okay, you guys, the Silver Star. There's a barbecue place right down the street.
Need your material here? I'm gonna leave mine here.
And try to be, I know time's gonna depend on how quick your service is, but we're gonna try to reconvene close to 1 o'clock.
Looks like town's free.
Yeah.
You went through that grass drift too, they turn them out, don't they?
Hey, Roland, it's Chad, how are you?
Just across the street.
Someone should mute the stream on Sean's computer, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some lunch now. Somebody's not on mute. Is it the main room? Oh, thank you. Try to open a
Oh, I guess some of you guys weren't able to hear that, so I'll repeat myself. That's the problem with having two different mute buttons. So we are starting back up now. This is Sean Johnson, one of the co-facilitators for the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, welcoming you back to the afternoon. We did take a little bit longer than we thought for lunch, and I was just explaining to the council that this is one of the consequences of not providing food on site like we've been able to do in the past. We sent everyone off campus, and now they're back in the room. So thanks for your patience and your understanding as we sorted through that. And we're only 20 minutes or so behind schedule, so not too bad. Wanted to just reflect on where we landed this morning and then think about the roadmap for the rest of the day. We did leave a lot of flexibility for today for you guys to dig into the issues that you cared about and wanted to raise. And so we still have a lot of time to do that, and I think that's good. The other thing we're going to do today, this afternoon, is open it up for some public comment. So Dylan, if you're following along and want to bring forward any members or any comments from the public in terms of any of the things that are coming across the line, we'll make time for that too. When we leave today, we want to kind of take stock of where we are and build our roadmap for tomorrow. We had kind of originally thought about dividing it, or today and tomorrow, into two different buckets, and we've been integrating those throughout, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about where we are. We thought today would maybe be sorting through some of the specific issues that you guys have outstanding concerns about, and tomorrow figuring out where to put those. Thanks to Cole's suggestion early on today, we actually have some places to put those things now, which I think is a good step forward. So thanks for offering that framework, Cole. I think it's really helpful. I also just wanted to offer a couple of things from the process design literature perspective, because I think what we're doing as a team is it's really difficult work. We're coming at this work from 18 different perspectives from across the state. And so what can we learn from different processes like this before that help us think about where we are and why it feels like a struggle at times? And there are two things that that really stood out to me that I think are helpful. One is this idea of when you're not part of an organization, but you're part of 18 different lives coming together to try to provide guidance, you don't have that shared structure, that shared culture, that shared decision-making structure, any of those pieces that help you on a day-to-day basis. And so there's this principle called retrospective coherence, which means you have to walk through the space before you can make sense of it and figure out what comes next. And I feel like we've done a lot of that. We had to walk through that process of coming up with a lot of different recommendations and refining those and bringing them forward to get to the point where we are now, where we had this moment of, I think, clarity this morning when Cole was saying, well, we have the pieces, let's make sure we have the framework to put those pieces on so that our story is clear and that our message as a council makes sense to the governor, to the agencies, and to the citizens of Montana. So I think that coherence is really coming into clarity now, which feels pretty good. The other is, when you have all of these diverse voices, I think we try to think about how do we weave those together, and sometimes that's possible and sometimes it's not. And so one of the helpful frameworks that I found is this idea of zones of potential agreement or zones of possible agreement. It's called ZOPA in the negotiation literature, where you're not trying to say we all have to think the same, but let's look at that 80% in the middle where we've got this area or this potential for agreement, and let's articulate those. That doesn't mean let's forget about what's on the end. So like with the role of hunting stuff, we're probably not going to get there in terms of areas of full agreement. But I think focusing on those areas of those zones of potential agreement or zones of agreement is really useful for the core recommendations of this council. And I think that's really what the governor and the agency are looking for. So when we can find that, that's great. And when we can't, we just heard from Martha before lunch, let's mark that as just an exemplar of where we are as a state. We've got such a wide range of perspectives, and just talking about those different perspectives has its own value and utility. So I thought that might be, just a couple of useful frames to bring forward for us. I also wanted to just ask you, check in on a couple of things. My sense for this afternoon is it probably makes sense to make sure we're all on the same page and have some clarity on what these either four topic or headings are, or whatever we're going to call them. And I'm looking to you, Cole, to see if you can help us maybe articulate a sentence about what each of those means, so that we kind of know where pieces fit. And then my sense is that there are still some issues that you guys want to talk about the actual issue. And we heard from you this morning, and we saw the highlights in the document around basically 5 different areas. One was the connectivity question and land management within and across those different lands, or those connectivity areas. So what does that look like? How are we really thinking about that? A second was around habitat. What does that mean? Where does that fit? What kind of conversation do you want to have around that? The third was around conflict prevention and response. The fourth on role of hunting, and the fifth was on funding and resources. So those are still fairly large categories, but that's where we have some highlights and some comments this morning. So on that second note, on these topical areas, is there an issue or a concern that you guys think is really important that isn't under one of those headings? Anyone online? Can't really see any. No? Okay. So does that sound like useful to start with just clarification on this framework that we're working around and what that provides in terms of structure? And then we can ask for your input on which of these issues you want to dig into next. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be, helpful if we were to, somebody try to document what it is that Cole has, kind of identified those thoughts. And maybe he's already got them wrote down.
Charlie, are you able to take notes in a Word document so that we can make sure we grab those? Thank you, Charlie.
I get chat box.
And watch everything, Charlie.
Highlighted.
You're multitasking.
Color, the highlights. I did ask.
All right, so Cole looks like he's primed here. He's got the microphone on, I think, in front of him. He's ready to go. So I know you shared some of this earlier, but let's dig into the specifics and make sure we get clarity on each of those.
So I could just throw something up on the wall for the draft, a few words about each category, and then ask people to improve that. So for me, the vision is the first, and it's the shortest, and it's essentially an aspirational statement about the future condition of Montana if grizzly bear conservation is successful. And that's my suggestion for what goes in that category. And I think we have a really nice opening sentence already in our vision that gets close to that. And then the second thing for me is, I'll just use the word preamble. And I think that's a place for affirmations of the objectives we've been given in the executive order, and a statement of conditions that we think are true and important. And I'll give a couple of examples to tell you what I mean about that. So one example of a statement we could make is that we think significant new increased resources will be required to execute our vision, to execute the vision. Again, it's a statement of things we think are true, not necessarily a recommendation for any one agency or entity. Another example, I think we already find in what is currently labeled our vision in the documents we have in front of us, which is that grizzly bears will likely move beyond the priority, areas, the fully recovered populations and the full recovery zones and the areas in between, the landscapes in between. That's how we've currently worded it. And so I think an example of something that would belong in the preamble would be grizzly bears are also likely, because they already are, to expand beyond, to move beyond, this kind of area that Montana would prioritize its resources. For me, the third category would be principles. And I think of these as guiding rules or sidebars. Again, not specific recommendations, but an example would be that we think that minimizing and mitigating conflicts is going to be an important priority, an important direction. We think that preserving and protecting may include restrictions, but that restrictions may not be necessary to preserve and protect. And I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but it's back to this question we've been talking about with Chuck of actively managing a landscape is sometimes the right answer for grizzly bear habitat. So again, a guiding rule, and for me, this is the thing that it was like my thing last meeting, and it continues to be, is that increased resources for grizzly bear conservation cannot continue indefinitely. There's a limit to how much we can give to this one issue of grizzly bear conservation. It's an example of just a guiding rule or sidebar that we've sort of acknowledged to be true and we have to work within. And then the final one is recommendations, and I would just suggest that the language about recommendations could be that we are striving to make them as specific and as actionable as possible. Where possible, to address them specifically to the folks we think might be most responsible in carrying them out, and to make them as actionable as possible. And I recognize that that's not going to be perfect. There's going to be some things where we're addressing a recommendation, we're not quite sure who all the people are responsible, but if the goal is to be, the whole purpose of that category is actionable items, and if that's the purpose, then they've got to be kind of specific. Well, that's my...
Thank you, Cole. That was really helpful. I have one question, and then I want to kind of walk through those piece by piece and make sure that we have clarity from the group. So the one question in my mind, where I'm not sure where it fits in any of those categories, is something like the role of hunting, where we aren't going to come to a clear recommendation. At one point early on in the conversation, we talked about maybe having a category called input from the council that didn't rise to the level of a consensus-based recommendation. Now we've been talking about maybe those things move into the appendix as not rising to that level. Do you see a role or a value of having a fifth category that's somewhat short of a recommendation, but still important guidance or something like that?
I see Trina with her hand up.
Oh, Trina.
So after we talked to Martha Williams, I feel like we got the hunting situation under control, and I think that we do need to have hunting in our recommendations, because what she specifically asked of us is how we want to see a hunting season happen, not if we want one to happen, but what we want to see when it comes around, if it does. So I think that just needs to be part of the recommendation.
And I think people heard different things on that still, Trina. So I know that she's saying that guidance would be helpful and that we should include that, but I wasn't sure that I heard it as being necessarily part of the recommendations if we're thinking about those being consensus recommendations.
So I guess that's up to us to decide if we want it in our recommendations or not. But I don't think what we need in here anywhere is an argument for or against hunting, because that's not our job. That's for when it comes out for public comment, when there becomes a hunting season.
I guess what I'd say is that the four categories I was describing were intended to be about consensus. But it makes sense to me to have a fifth category that maybe is an appendix that is input, something like that, where it's significant council discussion. I think what I heard from Martha is that it's more useful to know the rationale behind why people are disagreeing, if they are, than it is to just take a tally of opinion, of yes, yay or nays. Seems to me like a fifth category of where it's sort of a non-consensus area but represents substantive, council dialogue could be useful.
And so it's a matter of where we put that. I saw a thumbs up from Aaron. Charlie, did someone have a hand up?
Robin has her hand up. I was gonna confirm, I think that's what I was hearing as well.
Yeah, I think Cole did state that pretty well. Robin, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree with Cole. I like the way he framed that, and I did hear it differently than Trina. And again, I would just remind everybody that we will be able to put in, you know, in the pro hunting piece, there will be an opportunity in that addendum to add what you'd like to see if there is a hunting season. And I don't think we would frame it as an argument. I think Martha made a good case about it. It would be good for the governor to see, you know, what that discussion was, and then we just put a synopsis together for that, and whatever you want to have in the pro hunting side, and then what we feel is appropriate for non-hunting. I think that gets to our issue. So Cole, I think you're on to a good solution there.
Great, thank you, Robin.
So it's shifting, I mean, in a different category, not the 4 categories and not the 5th category of input, but just on the topic of hunting. And this is a new thought from me that I'd like to suggest. I think it would be helpful, whether in that 5th category of input on the topic of hunting in particular, I think it would be helpful to know of the council members, how many of them are open to some role of hunting in Montana. I think that is substantive information for whoever reads the recommendations. And it's not in itself a recommendation, like X number of the council's open to hunting and X number isn't. It's not really a recommendation, but I think it is still useful to know. And to me, that kind of information is the kind of thing that can show up in that category of sort of input. And again, with folks who want to express reasons why they feel hunting it should not be part of the overall picture, and then folks who feel that they're open to it can express their rationale for it. If there's something that belongs in our recommendations that is specific to hunting, you know, maybe that is something more along what we've already talked about if a hunting season in Montana happens, it ought to be conservative, or, you know, however we want to say that. Maybe that's more of a principle. Maybe it's not a specific recommendation, but maybe we can agree on some kind of principle related to the topic of hunting together as a council that just says, knowing that this is out of our control, you know, maybe we try to suggest something like a general rule or sidebar that would pertain to the topic. That's just a separate thought.
Yeah, thank you, Cole. And I don't want to go too far down the road of role of hunting, because that is one of the issues that you all want to talk about specifically, but I think Chad wanted to weigh in on this, and then we can go back to the structural conversation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna jump down a rabbit hole either, because my understanding of what I thought Martha said was very similar to what Trina heard, and obviously we've got 18 different ideas of what Martha just said. The one thing that I do want to caution us on, and I guess why it's important for me that would fall under a recommendation rather than this 5th bucket we're talking about, I can see this 5th bucket developing into a 25-page document. And I don't think that's what any of us want to have or want to give to the governor. And so I guess I'm just cautioning us, if we're gonna go down that 5th bucket hole, we've gotta put some parameters on it, because we can talk about everything from, and it's just not hunting, it's every issue that we've brought up so far, that there could be part of that goes into this 5th bucket. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Chad.
I just wanted to add on to that, just because, you know, just this morning you put up the purpose for us to weigh in on those issues on which there is significant social disagreement. And so I would, just exactly that, I'd hate to have this 5th less meaningful section that has every one of those things, that is what we're most, and it's our most important task, is to face those and to make some statements about them that aren't, that give some traction, because anyone who has this conversation is gonna have a difficult time, and we can make later conversations easier, or we can leave it ambiguous, and I'd rather facilitate further discussion.
Yeah, thank you guys, I appreciate that, and see Trina's hand up. To me, it goes back to that focusing on areas of agreement as much as possible. We could focus on areas of disagreement for the next 100 years, right? So let's try to find those areas of shared agreement. Trina, and then Charlie, your hand up.
So before we get too horribly distracted, can we, look at Cole's definitions of these things and vote on them so that we can move on and not forget that we started this process?
I think so, I just want to make sure that, Charlie, did you have a hand up?
You've got Robin and Aaron.
All right, let's let Robin and Aaron weigh in and then circle back to these categories and definitions, because I think that is helpful. Robin? Robin, there
Sorry,
you go.
it took me a minute to unmute. I would just throw out, since we're advising caution, I would be cautious about turning this into a vote. And now I'm willing to have a bigger discussion about it, because then I would have to say, wouldn't we have to look at the public comment about no hunting and then whatever other issues out there? And it seems like that would open up the proverbial can of worms that might not be productive for our discussion. So I just wanted to put that into the space for consideration.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. I think we do want to be cautious about, attaching numbers to all these different recommendations. I think Cole was maybe getting at, could we say something about the relative distribution of perspectives on the council, and not just it's in this category or that. And I think even beyond a yes or no, some of the different processes that I've been involved with actually have a gradient, like where are you between 1 and 8 on this? And so there might be a way to frame people's kind of support or discomfort with that in a way that still provides meaning to the governor's office and FWP, and I think that was the rationale behind your suggestion. It wasn't about a vote, it was about trying to provide some meaning to those comments. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Aaron?
Yeah, I did not get that impression when Cole was talking about it, Sean, so the clarity is helpful. I feel like I also would be really hesitant to put a vote in on, in some capacity on hunting. I think when I was listening to Martha, my perception of that was to get, just a discussion around how we came through the process. And then, again, the recommendation piece sounded useful, but that it wouldn't be not useful inside of a separated document. But for me, that idea of a vote doesn't fit inside of that specific type of framework. And so I would just be really cautious about something like that. And I'm not exactly sure what your gradient thing would look like, but interested to see what you mean by that exactly.
Can I clarify?
Yeah, so Trina wants to clarify, and then go ahead.
So I just want to clarify, my call for a vote was for the definitions that we've just been talking about our vision, preamble, et cetera, and not hunting.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Cole's discussion about tallying people and on their thoughts on hunting.
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up, because there are two different voting conversations going on at the same time. So we were talking about what it might mean to have a vote attached to hunting, and I think we heard that let's think about it, but let's be cautious about whether or not we want to do that and what it would mean. And if we're trying to signal something by that, what would that message be, and is there a way to do that? Cool. Are you ready to go back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Charlie, I think this, are you sharing this? Yeah, this must be shared too. So Charlie did a good job as he could capturing what Cole shared at the beginning of this, a little bit different order. I think Cole started with the vision, but I think it's all captured here. So let's walk through these one at a time, ask questions about what's here, and as much as possible, think about some of the specific recommendations. Where would they fit? Where do you have questions about where things fit?
Michelle's got her hand up.
Just a quick suggestion, point, Charlie, is that when I was attempting to define the preamble, I saw it as a place for affirmations. For example, the objectives we've been given, but in more generally, it's a place for kind of affirming or reinforcing points that may seem obvious, but that we think are important to say out loud, to put on paper. And the objectives that we've been given in the EO was just an example of that kind of an affirmation.
Thank you. Michelle?
Yeah, I just wanted a little clarification on this. A preamble goes before the vision, and it seems like the affirmation or these ideas and these challenges maybe should go after the vision because they're based on the vision, I think. I don't know if maybe, well, I have two questions. Could we have a preamble that's more kind of what we were tasked to do, the why, a vision, challenges, or a section of those affirmations after the vision? Because I think, Cole, those affirmations come from the vision. So I feel weird putting them first, but maybe I'm not getting your definition correct or understanding it. And then I have a question about guiding principles and recommendations. I know recommendations are more specific and guiding principles are more general, less action oriented. But I wonder if they're going to be so general that they can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. I'm concerned about that, and that they might be taken over the recommendations. So I guess I'm curious, Cole, what your vision is for those two as well.
I don't care really what we call the preamble. I think it's okay to go first with a vision, with just a statement. And then if we call them, whatever we call the next thing, call it an introduction. The intention of that section would again be reaffirm our understanding of the council's role, state some things that we believe are true and important to state. It's a little bit like the whereas conditions you see in the executive order, like for this reason, for this reason, for this reason. Whatever we call that section, it seems to me like it would be okay that it came after the vision.
Okay.
I also don't think it's the end of the world if we put the vision second. So I'll say that. And Michelle, I don't know what to say so much about the risk of weighing specific recommendations versus more general guiding principles. I think in some cases, our specific recommendations may end up being useful, and I sure hope they are. I think some of them will be. Some of them probably won't be because we don't have perfect foresight, and they just may end up not being particularly constructive. But I think the principles, even though they're more general, may end up being more useful to Montana long-term, because they're important considerations that came up for us in any decision-making process about grizzly bear management. So they function pretty differently. I don't think they're meant to, we should not make any recommendations that contradict our principles, right? So for me, they just fall into qualitative, they're for different purposes, I guess. I don't know, let me know, Michelle, if I didn't answer your question.
No, that makes sense. I just think we have to be careful how we write them, I guess, is that would be my concern. But I understand. Thank you for that clarification.
Good, and I think, again, whenever you've got a specific idea or example that helps further illuminate your idea, or your thought, or your concern, that would be helpful. So if there was an idea of a guiding principle that felt like it would be at cross purposes with any of the recommendations or anything like that, if there's something in particular that we need to be cautious of, let's call that out and identify it. Other questions about the framework that Cole is presenting? We do want to get to agreement on this. It's going to be the structure, the framework, the guidance that we're going to use moving forward.
I was just gonna move to adopt that as our framework.
I'll second.
All right, so let's go ahead and do our, I think Cole had suggested we do our thumbs up, thumbs down, thumb sideways thing earlier. Let's try it and just see where people are. So thumbs up, you're in agreement. Thumbs sideways, you have a question still. Thumbs down, you can't quite do. So online, we have, what do we have? Robin. Michelle, are you thumbs up, thumbs sideways? Do you have thumbs down? And if you're thumbs down, that means that you should provide a suggestion for an alternative that could get us to thumbs up. Thumbs sideways is just to have a clarifying question.
I have a clarifying question.
Okay.
Under recommendations, we're still having specific actionable directed at entities that would be responsible. Are we still agreeing that that could be open for some recommendations that might not have specific entities responsible?
Yes. People in the room say yes. Cole?
Yes.
Everyone's looking at Cole.
I just meant the specific and actionable as guidelines, they're just what we're striving toward.
Where we can identify a source or an entity, we should make that actionable item.
Yeah. Can we just put directed when possible at entities that would be responsible?
Good, thanks for clarifying that, Michelle. I know it came up earlier, and I think there had been some conversation around the room saying that we didn't need that, but would strive toward it, and that's what I'm hearing again.
Sean,
Trina?
on the very first page, on the very first page of our council charter, it says, under our duties, the council shall produce a final report with discrete, actionable recommendations that provide clear and meaningful guidance, blah, blah, blah. So we already voted on that. And so I feel like that covers what our recommendations should be.
That's great. I'm glad that we're doing exactly what we're supposed to do.
Our first affirmation later.
Let's call that a zone of agreement.
We will do the job.
So we're moving towards discrete actionable items for those entities. And where applicable. And I think one of the things that has been part of this process that's been good is that you guys have moved beyond that. Some of these recommendations aren't just for the agency or for the governor's office, but we're really thinking about the state and landowners, citizens, and other stuff. Charlie?
I'm just trying to move this around. Robin can't see the whole thing.
Can you go to view and decrease the size a little bit?
I think this is it right here now.
Okay. Can you see it now, Robin? So let's just go over these. So the four pieces. Looks like the vision is.
Just needs to go to the left just a little bit, and then I could see the whole document. It's to the left just a bit.
Wow, now it's really small.
I can't see it.
So I'll walk through these out loud and make sure that we're on the same page. So the vision continues to be that aspirational statement, the future of Montana if grizzly bear conservation is successful. What is your vision for that future? The preamble, the introduction, whatever we want to call that, are these, it's kind of the purpose and the objectives of the council and the existing context in which you're doing your work. So it includes things in the executive order, including those whereas statements that set the context for the work, but it also talks about who you are, why you were brought together, and what your purpose is. The guiding principles are both derived from your recommendations, but also this overarching set of principles that speak to those recommendations that are, you can think about them as sideboards or strategic direction. And then the recommendations are the specific actionable items that you want to advise different entities, where possible, actually take action that help you move towards that desired vision of the future. Cole, doing all right? All right.
Sean, there was I wrote it down, there wasn't a conclusion on whether there should be an actual placeholder for areas of disagreement in the context for why.
Yeah, and then we have this placeholder, this bucket 5 that we had some conversation around. I think for right now, bucket 5 is the role of hunting, or is it broader than that?
It's gonna be way broader than that, in my opinion, because there's.
Well, it could be.
There's a lot of stuff in here that there's a lot of stuff in here that I think we could agree to disagree on, that probably is going to need further discussion to try to get consensus on.
Right, and so we did identify these 5 areas where you guys have fairly broad range of views on, and maybe this is a place for those. I think it was catalyzed by the conversation around the role of hunting, because that was a clear one where you weren't going to reach consensus. Caroline?
I think it's also an appendix, so it'll have different sections, but it was one of the things we threw in the idea was, we've got all these ideas of like how to go after funding, but they don't need to be in the recommendations, right? They can be in the appendix. It's like, here are some ideas. And I think we'll find different places, different areas where we'll want to just stick it in the appendix because it doesn't belong in these other categories.
So, would you mind providing an example of a significant area of disagreement, like, just broad range perspectives, not hunting, something else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, what sticks for you as a good example?
An example for me that, I talked a little bit about it this morning, I don't know what's making that noise, but, is the role, in Michelle's edits, the space or the issue with the roadless categories in the backcountry or in, how that's derived in these connectivity areas. Roads are not roads, and, I am 50-50. I could be on board with it depending on what it says. I can't be on board with it the way it's written right now. So I think that's a placeholder that would fall into that category, similar to what Chuck was talking about with the litigation and those things. We know there's not gonna be 100% consensus on that, but a lot of us agree that that's something that probably should find its way into the document, but where does that go? To me, those are issues that would fall into that 5th bucket. But then again, we can get 15 pages of that 5th bucket at this point. So if we are gonna have that placeholder section, and it's not just a hunting category, I think we need to really define what that placeholder looks like to be able to pare it down. It's almost like having recommendations outside of recommendations.
Yeah, I think so. I see he's hand, and I was gonna say, I thought Cole helped us move the conversation around recommendations forward by saying, well, what are the criteria that we're looking for those recommendations? We might think about that in a similar way for this category. What are the criteria? Are those things that we really wish we had consensus around and had a recommendation for, but couldn't quite get there? And still want to provide some sort of meaningful direction and guidance? It's probably something like that, but it's probably not everything else below.
I guess I would just say that, just having that placeholder bucket or whatever, I don't think is a bad thing, we don't know what's gonna be in there until it shows up, and then we can move on and get our other stuff kind of where we think it ought to go, and once we get to that point, we can just look at those topics and decide how much of it we wanna keep or whatever. But I think it might be a place to just put things that we can, so we can move on with the rest at this point, I guess. Yeah, still have a good record of what we need to discuss further.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Charlie? Great. Aaron, I see your hands up, which is great, because I was gonna call on you anyway, because from the beginning, you've really made a point to remind us that there are going to be these areas of disagreement, and then we still want to provide really important feedback or guidance on those issues. So I don't know if that's where you were going to weigh in, but where did you want to jump in on this conversation?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm thinking about it in a couple different ways. I think the role of hunting to me feels like we're at a place where we could actually create something that is more of an appendix. So I didn't really see the role of hunting piece going into a bucket per se, because it feels like we've fleshed that out a bit. I mean, it needs more work for sure, but I do feel like it's one, important in and of itself, enough to have its own appendix. And also I feel like we've already kind of, we've started that framework. The bucket I think is a good idea. I guess I would caution us, like Chad said, on just, you know, throwing a bunch of things together, because I think the last thing we want is recommendations that undermine, or we don't have consensus on, that come across as recommendations, but not everybody agreed on them. So I guess we just have to figure out a way to create that dialogue without making it seem like, here's the recommendations we agreed on, and here's all the ones that we really want in there, but none of us agree on, if that makes sense. So I think it's just like a nuanced way of like, we just had to figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, and for now, maybe it is a bit of a placeholder category where we review our existing recommendations, and if there are some that don't rise to that level of a full consensus recommendation, then maybe they stay there, and we keep working towards a consensus recommendation. That seems to be the goal, and that's where the real power and weight of your recommendations will be. And then we can continue to have the conversation about what to do with those. Do they end up becoming input in an appendix or somewhere else? But I like where you guys are going with this, trying to honor those inputs that are really important to maybe individuals or a minority of people, but still find a place for the important ones to find voice without opening it back. I think, Chad, what your caution was let's not have that undermine the focus of it. Yeah. Or take the focus away from the recommendations and the core of the report.
If I could just make a recommendation, that in our input section, because I thought we were all on the same page from months ago, but we're not. If the ones that are in there at least have the majority support, whatever that may be, if that's 51% or more, or if we want to put a number on it, what I would like at minimum to see that, to try to limit it, instead of having this huge list like what everybody's saying or what different people are saying.
That's helpful. Thanks, Kristen. So, you know, that's another way to think about filtering through some of these that aren't a full recommendation. Maybe we at least say these have the support of a majority of the council. Chuck, it looks like you wanted to weigh in a while ago. Is there something that's on your mind?
Why don't we leave the role of hunting as a totally separate category, at the end. I mean, I think that it merits that importance since we don't agree. Address it at the end. I don't think it should be an appendix item. It's not a sidebar. I mean, almost to the person, every biologist we had said, please don't take that tool out of our toolbox.
So I think that's where we are, is trying to figure out where to put that. And I don't know that we've...
Give it its own category.
Yeah. How do people feel about that? Would people be okay with it being its own standalone piece of this report? Anyone opposed? Kristen?
I think that we should, this is kind of being very particular, but I think we should leave the heading under all the headings that we were assigned. But because we have not reached consensus, that we could put something like C, whatever we call our input, the fifth, category, and then we could have that information there, but I don't think we should remove it. It doesn't go in one box, you know what I mean? We're trying to figure out where to put it, and it really should deserve attention, but it won't reach consensus, so we have to figure out where to put it, and I think it should be that we need to recognize that was one thing that we were tasked with addressing, so we can't just push it aside either, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so this one's challenging, and it may merit some additional conversation, beyond just this moment. Right now, I want to see if, I see a couple of hands, Cole, Charlie, someone online there. I guess I'd still like to get agreement on those 4 areas. It seemed like we were really close, and then this 5th one, maybe something that we kick to a writing team or someone else for some more thought, or troubleshooting team. Cole, did you want to weigh in on this?
I was just gonna say that it does sound to me like an appendix is different than whatever this additional category is. Appendix sounds to me like elaboration, detail, maybe other important information, but I don't think it rises to the level of things we addressed that didn't fully have consensus on, like and I wonder if a way to define that, not the appendix, but this other additional category that's important that we're grappling with, is basically with reference to the EO. Basically, here's a category of important, significant discussion that the council had on the executive order on our mandate, but could not come to consensus on it. I just wanted to say that I think that is something different and more substantial than an appendix.
Good. Thoughts on that? Does that make sense to everyone, that everything that's in the executive order should have some place in the report body itself and not in the appendix? And then we can figure out how we talk about it. I can't see people online. Michelle, Robin, Aaron, Greg. Pardon? Robin?
Can I go next?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Robin.
So I think that's a great distinction about appendix versus placeholder / bucket 5. So I'm fine with hunting having its own category, as that was one of our directives and categories that the governor asked for comment on. And then again, going back to, we already have a great statement that I know we still need to work on about where we were with that. And then I think putting all that discussion into that is fine with me. If it needs to be in the placeholder place, fine. But under its topic, as the governor outlined for us, I'm fine with that as well. And Sean, since it's difficult for those of us online to comment, I'll just say right now, I'm looking at the document and the preamble, the vision, the guiding principles, and the outline framework looks fine to me. So I'll go ahead and say, unless y'all change it in the next 10 minutes, I'm giving the thumbs up on that.
We'll do our best, Robin. No, thanks for those comments. I do, because we are trying to make a decision here, I'm going to check in with each of you. So, Greg, are you there? Anything you'd like to say? Greg.
Oh,
Sean.
sorry.
But thanks, Craig, great to hear from you too.
I'm just excited to be here.
Just so you know, Craig, we were all wishing you were here. We ran out of coffee earlier this morning, and we needed you. Greg Shaw, sorry. Are you there?
I can weigh in too if you want.
Yeah, Craig was on the spot, that was impressive, he's, yeah, following, okay, Aaron, anything you'd like to say?
No, I do like that idea of tying that placeholder to our executive order, because I think that'll help kind of frame that out a bit. And no, I think that's, yeah, I'm okay with this framework moving forward.
Okay, Michelle, how are you feeling?
I'm okay with this framework. I want to make sure that we have a good title or we're clear on what that placeholder is. You know, areas of where we have not reached consensus, areas from the executive order, however you want to put it. I agree with that. I do wonder where, if that's only going to be the role of hunting, or if there will be other topics, and I think it would be hard to predict that right now. So I guess I don't want to vote on this if it's going to be done. It's only the role of hunting in there. I think there needs to be some flexibility in this as we start looking at what we have and where everything goes. So I'm hoping, I'm for it, but I want to have just a touch of flexibility in case something comes up later that doesn't quite fit into any of these buckets.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I think that's why people were using language around having a tie to the executive order as the point of nexus instead of have it just be a standalone on role of hunting. That was the example that helped clarify it. So my sense is that we do want to have that flexibility if needed. I see nods around the room. But thanks for bringing that up. I think that is important. Lawrence, have you been able to follow along? Can you see if he's online, Charlie? Oh, Lawrence, couldn't hear you there. You want to try again?
Shows he's not muted.
Yeah. It shows you going off mute, Lawrence, but we can't hear you. If you're able to put something in the chat box, would you mind sharing your thoughts there? Otherwise, I feel like this is a good step forward. It feels like a really useful framework. It seems like we have a home and a place for things, and then we've got a framework for building out things that are still in progress. So thanks, Cole, for guiding that conversation and for being on the spot answering all our questions. And if anything comes in from Lawrence, Charlie, just let us know. All right. People need a stretch break? I feel like you earned it.
I feel like he's talking, but we just can't hear him.
I know, that's part of the reason I want to take a break, to see if we can get Lawrence's audio working again too.
Probably get off and then come back on and help.
Yeah, Lawrence, maybe jump off and jump back on and see if that works. So let's take a break and we'll come back at 2:30. We're gonna see if we can get this figured out.
He just put a chat in. Lawrence just added a chat.
Oh, he did. Thanks, Michelle.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go, Lawrence, we can hear you.
Yeah, we got you, Lauren. What was the trick? Now you're muted, yeah.
I logged off and then logged back on again.
Oh, okay, cool.
What time is the break over?
2:30. We're gonna break until 2:30.
All right.
Dylan, that'd be a good time to check in on public comment if we're getting some information. Are you ready to do that at 2:30?
I am, yep.
Cool, thank you.
Yep.
All right, folks. Folks online, folks in the room, we're going to get started back up. It's just after 2:30 now, and we want to do a couple of things yet this afternoon. We want to hear from, we've got Lawrence back online, so hear from Lawrence, see if Greg's been able to get back online too, and just make sure that they support this overall framework and direction that we're going in. And then we want to hear from Dylan and get a sense of any public comment that's come in during the day, and then anything else, Dylan, that you want to share in terms of the kind of public comment that we've been receiving lately. And then we'd like to start digging into some of these critical issues that you guys would like some additional conversation around. And now that we have that structure in place to hang that conversation on, I think we can be really fruitful in doing that. So, Lawrence, did you want to just, I know you had a chance to put something in the chat box, but those of us in the room can't see a chat box. So do you want to just share what you shared there and anything else around that framework?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. Thanks.
Good. I just mentioned in the chat box, I don't want to see the category of hunting or other categories that we don't have consensus on go into the appendix. I mean, the appendix is going to have, I imagine we're over 10,000 public comments by now. And I don't want those issues, hunting and some others, I'm sure there'll be others, I don't want them just to get lost in an appendix. It's probably going to be 100 pages long.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. And so you're comfortable with this category 5, and we'll continue to think about that, but to have some tie or nexus to the executive order?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anything else you want to say while we've got you on the line that you didn't have a chance to say? I know it's been hard to grab you a couple of times.
Yeah, I thought my mic was working. Well, it was for a while, but then it died. Anyway, one of the things that we started off with this morning was talking about the issues. One of them was rolla hunting. One was where should grizzly bears be, and that implies where should they not be. And then we added connectivity, habitat, conflict.
Yep.
Maybe one other, I forget. Anyway, I want to be sure we don't forget to discuss the thing about where should grizzly bears not be. I mean, I'm still feeling very sort of protective of eastern Montana, and also very protective of Trina's backyard and my backyard and everybody's backyard and things like that.
Yeah, thanks, Lawrence. And I apologize if some of that gets confusing. I think when we're talking about where bears should be or should not be and the connectivity piece, some of that gets overlapping at times. And I think when we captured this earlier, we didn't want to exclude that conversation around where bears should be. So I don't know if you want to call that out separately, Charlie, but that did come up this morning and continues to be important. So thank you, Lawrence.
Okay.
Greg, are you with us this afternoon? Can you hear us?
Greg Shock, to be clear.
Craig, is it? No, it's no, thanks, guys. So thanks for taking the time to just check in with us, Lawrence. That was really helpful. Dylan, I would like to turn to you next and just have you share what you're seeing on the public comment front.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. We have received public comments today, and I'll go through all of these so everybody can hear them. Also, an update on just the overall public comment document. I'm still waiting on just a couple last PDFs that are going to hopefully get sent to me today, and I promise by tomorrow you're going to have one unified PDF that's going to have all the public input collected. I apologize, it's taken some time corralling all that. But Lawrence, as he said, we've received about 10,000 comments. So a lot to try to keep organized in a useful way for you. So stay tuned for that tomorrow, but I will read what we have received today so far. So Sharon Lamar this morning commented, my family and I have lived in grizzly habitat in the Swan Valley for 42 years. We view the grizzly as essential to the wild character of the landscape. Over the years, we have coexisted with bears. We have learned to secure our garbage, fence our fruit trees with electric wire, take down our bird feeders in spring, fall, and store our grill indoors. It cuts off. I urge your committee to continue to educate residents in grizzly habitat about minimizing bear-human contact. Also, before grizzlies can be delisted, a valuable plan to connect the two Montana populations in the Northwest NCDE and the Southwest Greater Yellowstone needs to be developed. Thank you for your work to ensure the full recovery of the grizzly in Montana. So that was Sharon Lamar. William Ryan said, I think it is time the grizzly was delisted and the state of Montana was able to manage these bears they know will work to protect and control human interaction. So that was from William Ryan. Brian Schott commented, hunting grizzly bears ever is a direct insult to all that is good and decent. Please look at the science and sensibility of this. It's just human ego. Our tribes do not want this. It does nothing to control populations or reduce conflicts. Grizzly bears will not become more afraid of humans. It just makes me more afraid of humans that there is still continued consideration of hunting grizzly bears in Montana. So that was from Brian Schott. Cayenne Daniel commented, if trophy hunting was allowed by the state of Montana, iconic wilderness areas in Montana like the Bob Marshall, Great Bear, Scapegoat, Lee Metcalf, Absaroka Beartooth, and Cabinet Mountain Wilderness would no longer be safe havens for the great bear. Grizzlies are keystone species that help shape the ecosystems in which they live. Their numbers should be allowed to fluctuate according to habitat conditions, not some human-conceived population limit. Where grizzlies thrive, so will the wild places in which they live. Please do not allow hunting for grizzly bears in Montana. That was from Cayenne Daniel. And then we actually today reached our quota for comments that we can continue to hold on that one site. So we had to create a whole new section. So public comments will still be collected, but now they're on a different link, and I'll make sure to email that to all the council members so you have these. So second half of the comments, we've received just a couple more. This is from Derek G. I don't agree with Chuck's addition. First, I don't believe it is accurate that there are restrictions on recreation due to grizzly bears. Quite the opposite. Lands that have been protected from mining, for instance, to benefit grizzly bears now provide more recreation opportunity than if they had been developed and closed to the public. Secondly, historically, land use protections have been absolutely critical to the recovery of the grizzly bear so far and must be maintained to continue that recovery. Thank you. So that was from Derek G. Keith Kubista commented, the pro-hunting statement in the draft document needs to be bolstered with positive notions such as the example of a regulated and extremely conservative hunting season FWP presented to the GBAC will provide confidence to advance delisting. Science-based studies with data presented to the GBAC conclude that carefully regulated hunting poses no threat to grizzly bear populations. A regulated hunting season has never resulted in the extinction of any species. Hunting is one of the tools that can be used to discourage bears in areas where they are not wanted. Tolerance and acceptance of grizzly bears by rural communities, especially by landowners and ranchers, will increase if a hunting season is part of a management plan. So that was from Keith Kubista in Stevensville. And lastly, so it looks like Derek G provided another comment. The number one driver of wildlife species decline is loss and fragmentation of habitat. We can't really say that habitat protection, what Chuck refers to as land use limitation, is less important than education. It's quite the opposite. Education is important, but the very fundamental of wildlife conservation is habitat protection. I'm surprised that only place the words conservation or habitat appear in the vision is in Michelle's edit. And I believe that, and that was from Derek G. And that is the last public comment that we have received so far.
Great, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate you sharing those with us. I heard a number of things. One, just an additional word of thanks and gratitude for the council's work, and that's great. I think, especially that voice from the Swan really connected to this ongoing thread of conversation around the sense of place, culture, and heritage that we all feel as Montanans, and that the bear is part of that. The other couple of things that really stood out to me are also things that are reflective of the conversation we've been having, that these are challenging issues that we're going to have divergent views. So whether it's the role of hunting or some of these issues around how do we think about habitat and connectivity and land use in a way that really represent those shared values and areas of agreement, wherever we can, because what we're trying to do is provide some guidance and direction to folks. So thank you, members of the public that were able to weigh in online just now. Thank you, Dylan, for sharing those with us. Please continue to share those thoughts and comments, and you can do so on through the Engage portal on the website. I see Trina's got her hand up here, and I did want to just ask if other people have thoughts or comments, either around the role of public comment or in response to any of this. Trina?
We all had a public comment, but now it's 2 chickens.
All right, we were going to have some youth comment, but we're going to wait till tomorrow on that. We'll work on it overnight, Leo. Okay. Take a minute.
Hey, I'm just wondering, Dylan, Tavish, did you break out those public comments into numbers or percentages? I know a lot of those were geared toward the issue of hunting, and I certainly have read a lot of them, but clearly not all of them.
Nick, no, we haven't broken them up into individual topics, just because, as we had mentioned before, a lot of them kind of cover an array of topics. I guess if I had to pinpoint one topic that is a trend, it would be hunting. So I would say the role of hunting has an outsized presence in the comments, but we don't really have a percentage. And I also wouldn't want to, some of these comments, as they kind of show, are not black or white on everything. And so it's hard. I don't want to be the judge jury there on where they fit under which category. So that's why I prefer for them all to be in one unified document that you can then each have at your disposal for thinking through these things. And that'll be there for you tomorrow, I promise.
No worries, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, Dylan, and for capturing these along the way. It's been really helpful, and I know the council really appreciates hearing from the public. Other questions, thoughts from the council? I'm seeing any around the room. Any online?
No.
No. All right. Let's move on then. So just reflecting on the conversations that we've had and where we'd like to dig in and have some additional conversation, looking at the document that Trina and Annie were able to put together and thinking about your comments this morning, one that I think feels like we're getting close to and might benefit from some additional dialogue is around that conversation on connectivity that we started this morning. So I'd like to suggest that we pivot back towards that topic and see if we can work towards some sort of shared understanding and agreement of what's possible there. And I know Chuck has been thinking a lot about this. He's offered some guidance and some language to us. He's heard a few responses to that today and online. And so, Chuck, I don't know if there's any additional thought or reflection that you'd like to share with us just to open that conversation up.
Just glad it took. One of my goals was to raise the level of awareness of it, how important it is. I'm still open to what category we put it in, Cole. So maybe the vision statement, I just want to elevate the level of it. So picture ourselves in the feet of the people that are going to get our recommendations. I think that's important.
Good, and I think part of what I heard this morning was just some clarity on what do we mean by connectivity areas, and I heard Lawrence say, you know, let's be clear, if we're talking about the western third of Montana, let's state that. Do people have a shared sense of what we mean when we talk about connectivity and connectivity areas? Caroline?
That one out, sorry.
Down here.
Crashing there.
I know, their safety. I think there's a difference between connectivity and expansion. And connectivity is connecting those existing populations. Expansion is when bears move out of areas of connectivity. I also think we've got to be careful about connectivity zones, connectivity corridors, connectivity. When we had that presentation, was it back in Bozeman? And we got that amazing map of the purple areas. We have to be clear that that's not connectivity. That is modeling where bears are most likely to travel and where they might connect. It's not a map of where they will establish or maintain or that we will have connectivity. That's just merely a modeling of where they might actually travel, put one foot after another. So I think the terminology is important. Bears don't migrate. You know, ungulates can migrate, other species migrate. Bears don't migrate. They have home ranges in which they travel, and they establish home ranges by expanding their areas and what we're seeing is that areas are full and that you get expanded populations because young bears or bears have to establish their own territory. Thus, they move. So it's not a migration. They're not paths or corridors because that's not how they do it either. And that difference between connectivity and expansion. And I just say that because I think we need to be precise and correct in our language when we talk about connectivity. And I think Lawrence is right that connectivity happens in the western two-thirds of the state because that's where we have our established populations. Expansion happens outside of that, and they're different.
Sharon and then Lawrence.
Yeah,
Okay, so I
thanks.
heard, yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, go ahead, if you were gonna follow up on that.
No, I just didn't know that you heard Charlie, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, Caroline, thanks for that. I think language is important. I also think we need to keep in mind too that in some of these areas, we don't get connectivity without expansion, right? And so I guess just keeping in mind that when we talk about minimums, we need to be very careful about that because minimums can become a goal. And I think managing just specifically towards a number that's a minimum, and this was just recently brought up in some of the language in the consolidated document, some suggested edits. And I guess I just get a little bit concerned because really expansion is somewhat needed, recognizing that between recovery zones, and there's not, I think we just need to be careful and pay attention to how we talk about anything that's mentioning a minimum, because then that suddenly becomes a goal, and then connectivity may or may not happen in that case. So that's just something I picked up on recently.
Great, thank you, Aaron. That's helpful. Lawrence, it sounded like you wanted to weigh in as well.
Yeah, when I first got on this council, remember that I don't live in grizzly country and never have. And so I wasn't all that familiar with a lot of the things that I've learned since. One of them was I kept reading about connectivity corridors or connectivity areas, or it always made it sound like there was a path. And then seeing that the map that Carolyn had mentioned, I realized that it was just modeling, but still, it looked like there were some logical paths, and so I was still thinking along the lines of, well, there may be corridors, but I've just since realized that no, we're not talking about corridors. We are talking about the entire western 1/3, I wouldn't say 2/3, Carolyn, but 1/3 of Montana. And it's not something that's going to happen, you know, this year, next year. Maybe there'll be some connection between the northern and the southern habitats, but it's gonna be slow, and it's gonna take basically colonizing the areas in between before, you know, some cubs grow and they have cubs, and eventually somebody will get from NCDE down to the Greater Yellowstone. So I think we have to be thinking in terms of colonization of the whole western third, and that's a whole different way of looking at it than the way I originally looked at it, which is, you know, we're going to have these corridors where bears can go, and that's the only places they'll use. And in talking about expansion, you know, right now, because of the courts, we're basically stuck in a no man's land of waiting for all this connectivity to happen, assuming that the appeal that is being challenged by Fish and Wildlife Service, if that doesn't go anywhere, then really we're waiting for connectivity to happen between these four areas, and that will probably take decades before we're done with that. I mean, the Northern Continental is pretty close to Cabinet Yaak and pretty close to Bitterroot, and yet we haven't had any bears go to the Bitterroot yet, but bears seem to be going east. And from the perspective of protection under the Endangered Species Act, we could have 5,000 bears in eastern Montana and still not satisfy the Endangered Species Act in the way it's been interpreted by the courts, because we don't have that assumes connectivity, and bears that go east, there's no connectivity. And that's one of the reasons I'm really concerned about bears going east, because that could never end unless we decide, or, you know, Fish, Wildlife and Parks decides, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, that that's not good habitat for them, or that they just don't have the resources and the people to keep track of all those bears in eastern Montana. So those are part of my concerns. But I really think that if we're going to talk about corridors, we've got to figure out how to explain it in such a way that we're basically talking about colonization of the western third of Montana. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate you saying that, and you know, it was useful to have Caroline jump in and talk about the difference between expansion and migration, and that those are different, and that these corridors are probably the remnants of maps that were showing those connectivity areas and models, and so we do need to be precise in how we're thinking about that. Got two additional hands here in the room. I want to bring your voices in, Jonathan and then Nick. Oh,
Michelle's in there too.
and Michelle, wait, okay. So Jonathan, Nick, Trina, and then Michelle.
I really appreciate Caroline's differentiation on those two terms, and kind of got me back to thinking about what we were mentioning this morning with the critical issue, and so I kind of just put it into a bullet point of that social ecological integrity. to me, is what we're here to deal with. And that also includes just ways of life and, looking at that western third of Montana. Someone asked earlier about wanting to see a map of public and private land, and it's another 1/3 and 2/3 kind of situation. And the areas that we're really looking at for connectivity and expansion is that private landscape. And so, to Chuck's point, if we go restricting all of the activities, you're gonna lose that private landscape. You're gonna lose the large, expansive lands. No one's gonna want to try to make a living when there's a million different things that you have to deal with and face. And there's plenty of people that have their eyes set on that landscape for very different purposes that will no longer be conducive to expansion or connectivity. And so I think that it's really important to understand that the grizzly bear does not stand alone, nor do we as humans. And like, we need to think about our interactions together, what works for both of us, and supporting the private landscape rather than restricting it or forcing action upon it. The comments from some of those, well, Sharon Lamar and the Swan, was a good example of how, in one particular landscape, some folks have started to understand what that responsibility is, and it doesn't come with a heavy-handed regulatory structure behind it. It's just personal behaviors. That education does change, that an acknowledgement and valuing of that wild intrinsic value really just comes with a sense of responsibility. And you need to instill that rather than force it upon people. It will never be forced upon anyone. And so that's the social ecological integrity that if we lose that, we lose the whole thing we're talking about here, which is the Montana that everyone in this room and who may be watching online or commenting knows and values. We have to keep that foremost, and part of it is just acknowledging what are the impacts that come from that type of encroachment that might be the result of forcing landowners off of the landscape. And we have development, there's recreation, we have increased travel corridors, more traffic, the health of our resources, whether forests or water or rangeland, whatever it might be, and also climate change. And to what Lawrence was just telling us, it's going to be a slow process. It's already happening. Expansion is happening. Connectivity is happening. And right now, it's responded to with alarm. I mean, I see the news, I see the way that it's described on social media. It's alarming. It's scary, and it's going to continue to happen. And there's also going to be all these other things that continue to create further impacts on that expansion connectivity, things that will further constrain where they go, further intensify that alarm that people feel. And right now is the time to get ahead of that and start to build a sense of personal responsibility and willingness to take that responsibility on rather than a punishment for not going about it the right way. We have to really avoid that. It's the preservation of the traditional Montana values, the economies that come with that, and the landscapes. It struck me on my way here when I left Condon and drove down here last night. That was a connectivity zone the entire way I was in there, and I was on a highway, and at first, bears were all I thought about. But, I mean, I knew we'd be thinking about that purely for 2 days, so my mind started to wander, and there's all kinds of other things that are connected to those same landscapes. And there's the people, there's the places, there's the vistas, there's all of these different aspects. And I think it's just important to remember that in any conversation that goes on, grizzly bears are not ever going to be the primary focus of any consideration or decision. And we just have to take in all those other things and realize how it fits in, how does it affect us now, in the future, and from now between the future. And that's where we really have a role, is to understand that no one ever is just going to put grizzly bears at the top of the list without any consideration to what other effects there are. And we have to find that balance. We need to understand that this landscape can change, and it will, but if we encourage folks to stay on it in similar ways that they have, that change might take a lot longer to happen, to the benefit of us and grizzly bears. Just reflection.
Well, thanks, Jonathan, I appreciate that, and I think just where we are in our conversation, it might be good to not just reflect, but think about how does that reflection inform where we started around the language Chuck brought forward. And it sounded like, if I had to read into what you were saying, you're recognizing the importance of these connectivity and expansion zones as being critical to how we move forward. And it's the how we move forward part. And where I see alignment with Chuck's statement is less regulatory, more proactive education, outreach, voluntary efforts. Those are the areas of alignment that I was seeing between those two, but I just want to see if we can start to build something here.
I'd just add to that incentive-based.
Incentive-based. Does that
Rather than regular.
resonate with people? Because if we can start to define this a little bit more and move to something that does represent the shared voice here, I think we're making good progress. Nick, you want to jump in?
Well, just thinking about what Chuck wrote here, I had a real potentially simple fix. What if in the vision we just ended the first sentence at grizzly bear presence? And just said, and landscapes in between that accommodate grizzly bear presence. And that's just an idea. And secondly, I'm really glad Carolyn said what she did. All grizzly movement is expansion. I mean, grizzly bears do not leave the NCDE and say, I'm gonna go meet my cousins down in Yellowstone. Bears are just doing what they do. And yet we know from the presentations we've had on this council that there are grizzly bears in Bernice. There are grizzly bears in the Deer Lodge Valley. I mean, not, decent numbers, not a ton of them, but more than probably any of us realize, certainly. And so I think we want to take away any references to travel corridors. I mean, that implies that these bears are going to move through these things in a fairly short, ephemeral period and get somewhere else. They're occupying these places. And so, and then lastly, and I know I understand what Chuck's trying to get at here, but I think ultimately it could almost be counterproductive. I mean, we have gotten to where we are in grizzly bear conservation through strong management on our public lands and creating some secure habitat and allowing them to move. So I see so many of our efforts to reduce conflicts with these bears as being centered on these private landscapes, where we don't want these bears getting in trouble with livestock operations and people and those kind of things. And yes, we also want to prevent conflicts on public land, but we're largely doing that in a lot of areas. So I just don't know if we want references to travel corridors.
So just to clarify, Nick, your language recommendation was the first sentence of the vision, saying that we could potentially eliminate the and facilitate connectivity piece at the end of that and just put a period after grizzly bear presence.
Yes.
And then you had a comment around Chuck's addition saying that the language around travel corridors probably isn't accurate given the ways that bears behave, that bears aren't into vacationing or visiting their neighbors to the south. And so that language is probably not the right language, but what we're really thinking about is expansion. And then your last point was more about the difference between public and private land conservation activities and how we should think about those as they relate to expansion. Yeah? Does that help, Brett?
Yeah, so, if I turn this on, this one.
Okay. If you guys turn that one off, then.
You got it.
So,
Michelle.
Yeah. This is a question for Nick, right, in fact?
yeah, so, is that front one on right there?
There we go.
So by eliminating that, the connectivity, then
everything in the rest of this vision document you would also eliminate any verbiage in regards to connectivity and corridors, I guess.
I would change it with presence. I mean,
So it still says landscapes in between, right? So there's that piece of it?
sure.
That's what you're saying, right? Is that you're not necessarily precluding a conversation around connectivity, but you're reading it into that piece?
Yeah.
Let's come back to that if we need to. I know Trina and Michelle had comments from before. I want to layer those on.
And Erin's got to leave, she's got her hand up. You guys are amenable to flipping the orders.
I'm short.
Trina's is short.
I'll sit down. Is this on?
Yep.
I'm going to disagree that grizzly bears don't migrate, at least on the east side. Grizzlies migrate all the time because I feel like they're only expanding if they move to a new place and then stay there. They're migrating if they're on a walkabout all summer and then in the fall they come back to where they started, but they don't have a clear path and they don't go to the same place twice.
Not that they don't move around and revisit places and go back to their den and go to places they know they can get food. They do that. But it's not a migration, like an elk herd migration from winter range to summer range. What grizzly bears do doesn't fit under the definition of migration. I'm not saying they don't move in predictable means, they do. And they have home ranges in which they visit places where they get food and where they den. And then when those cubs, there's not room for additional cubs, those cubs get spit out and they have to find their own home ranges. But they're not a migratory animal in the definition of a migration.
Agree to disagree. Erin.
Okay.
Sorry, just really quickly, I would really like to keep connectivity inside the vision within that first sentence. I think we've gone back and forth on this, and I feel like we're really something within the document if we lose connectivity. I think we've talked about using the terms allow for rather than facilitate, which I would be fine with, but I feel like connectivity itself needs to be inside the vision. And I apologize, I have to leave early, but look forward to the conversation tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Erin. We know you've got a complicated schedule, so really appreciate you carving out the time and sharing that thought before you had to jump off. Michelle?
Hi, I just wanted to chime in. I also think connectivity needs to be in that vision. That's our perfect vision. It's also what's in the courts, that need for connectivity for that long-term sustainability of the grizzly bear. I also wanted to point out that there's a difference between expansion, territorial expansion, and population expansion. In the core areas, they've lost whitebark pine nuts, they've lost their spawning native fish, so they've lost these protein sources. When that habitat or those food sources degrade, their territory expands, which means their distribution or they expand, but it doesn't mean there's thousands of bears. I think we have to remember that in 40 years, it's been a slow process to increase numbers. We haven't increased numbers that much. Like, we're not going to see 5,000 bears in 10 years. We only saw another, 800 in 40 years. So I think we need to realize what a slow process it is, and that expansion is not necessarily population expansion. So we need to be careful of that. I think I agree with Lawrence so much on there are places where bears don't belong, but how do you manage that? You can't draw a line in the sand and say they can't go beyond this line. it just would be a difficult management situation. But I do think that in the management protocols, where a bear starts getting into trouble, which is in population zones, they get in trouble when they start invading people's livelihoods in the ranches, when they get into people's backyards, when they become habituated and that kind of thing. So that human bear interaction tends to limit the places where bears can be, because they tend to get into trouble, they can tend to get in trouble again, and then they're removed. So I think we have to be aware that we have good management protocols concerning those things. Now I know there needs to be more managers so that conflict response is quicker, so that there's more communication, so that people feel supported. I totally agree with that. But I don't think we can say this is where bears should be and this is where bears should not be. I think we need to be on top of it as far as managing bears for their interactions with people. And I did also want to say that there are bears moving into the Bitterroot Sellway. They're not occupying yet that we know of, but they're moving in and out. And so that connectivity is happening. We're moving in that direction, and we just need to support that, I think.
Thanks, Michelle. I appreciate those additions. So if we, again, think back to where we are with the vision, it sounds like you're saying that connectivity piece is really important and you want to keep it there. In terms of some of the challenges that Chuck is bringing up and recognizing in terms of what that could mean for different priorities and land uses and management and constraints on that, did you have any, it sounds like you're seeing the tie back to the conflict response, conflict prevention piece. Is there anything there that you wanted to suggest in terms of a pathway forward? So it's not, if I had to, I'm just looking at what he had, that last sentence around education and proactive programs seems like it resonates with what you were saying.
Yes, and I also had a sentence in my revision that talks about proactive, inclusive conflict response, conflict prevention. So it's similar to that one, but it might be a little more cohesive. But I also think that we need to realize that bears on the landscape are a benefit to many people. And I'll point out again that letter we got from 25 different businesses that make their living off of bears being on the landscape. There's definitely two sides, and we need to be mindful of both sides of the positives and the negatives of bears being on the landscape.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle, and I appreciate you bringing that up, and it does sound like we're getting close on some of these and talking about a lot of the same issues. I see Charlie's got his hand up, Chad's in line and Brett's in line. Charlie, who was?
You got, Robin's been waiting a while, and Lawrence just raised his hand.
Okay, so let's do Chad, Brett, Robin, Lawrence.
Yeah, I'll keep this very short. Part of me is gonna respectfully disagree with Michelle and Aaron as I've thought about the kind of new direction that we've taken this morning, and the more I think about Cole's idea, I agree with the vision piece is a very short piece of this. It might even be one sentence. So from I'll just take a stab at this and say, I think the connectivity piece should be out of the vision statement, because if we do have a fully recovered grizzly population and landscapes in between that accommodate grizzly bears, connectivity has already taken place. So from my point of view, it does not need to be in the vision statement. It's going to be in the guiding principles. It's going to be in recommendations, but it really, I guess, and that's my opinion, doesn't need to be in the vision itself.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. I think that new framework does ask us to pose those questions, and I think that's a good one. Brett, you wanted to respond to something you heard, or was it?
Yeah, it was Michelle's comment about and it was kind of in regards to the email as well. I appreciate the hotel people and those people that can make a living off the grizzly bear.
Should be now.
Off of the grizzly bear. You know, we're trying, as a rancher, you know, I live with the grizzly bear. You know, it's not in a hotel, you know, bed, living with a person that's trying to make a living, you know, making money off of the people that are coming here to visit Montana. So I'm trying to, as a rancher, we're trying to coexist with an animal and trying to keep our livestock and our employees safe at the same time. And so I take a little bit of exception to that comment.
So just to think about how to find this balance then, to you, I'm hearing some of the echo of Johnson's language around coexistence and maybe trying to find that as our through line for these areas, or do you have a thought on what kind of language would work for you, Brett?
No, I struggle with it. I'm still struggling with it. I like what I've heard as far as, you know, maybe the grizzly bear is really a presence in the western part of the United States, or the western part of Montana. I like that maybe better than connectivity and corridors, but I'm still not, I'm not sure I've weighed myself down somewhere on that, so.
Good. Robin, let's go to you. Robin, you're on mute still. Can you hear us? Looks like we just lost Robin. We'll try to get her back online. Lauren, I think you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, I do. I want to say I really appreciate Michelle's input in response to what I had said. You know, we started off, well, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks talk about biologically suitable and socially acceptable. We haven't really touched on that much, but I mean lately anyway. But you know, I thought about that, and I thought, you know, there's nothing socially acceptable or even biologically suitable about having grizzly bears in the yard of anyone's home, in any city or town, in any farmer's or rancher's farmstead, or close to any rural school, church, or campground. And my sense is that one of the pieces that we've been missing is we need some significant research and development of more practical, dependable, and affordable tools to prevent these things from happening. And I don't know, I've thought about that, and there's all kinds of possibilities that I don't think anybody's ever looked at. Some kind of maybe, well, what do they do with dogs around the yard? They put a collar on them, and then they have a buried electric copper, I think, wire around the yard so that it's an invisible fence. And I mean, I'm not saying that would work for grizzlies, but I'm saying that there's got to be some things out there, maybe some kind of strong odors that are offensive to grizzly bears, or some kind of high-pitched sounds like that are offensive to grizzly bears but are inaudible to humans, kind of like those deer things that some people put on the front of their cars. They're going down the road and it emits a high-pitched sound, and supposedly deer get off the road. I don't know if they work very well, but maybe some kind of sonic or laser. I guess I would maybe ask Darren. He's a researcher. I would think that there that getting a bunch of researchers in a room and give them this puzzle about what could we do to discourage grizzly bears from getting into trouble, or even from approaching humans, period. I mean, the bears that are out in the middle of the recovery zone or whatever, they're not bothering any humans. And people talk about how smart grizzly bears are. Well, I would think with some research, we could come up with some tools and teach them if they're so smart. So I don't know. That's just part of my input.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. And I see this really strong tie between this conversation around grizzly bear presence and conflict prevention, and how those are tied, especially where people are, right? That whenever you're thinking about those population centers or where people are living or playing or congregating, just how important that piece is. And so as we think about this long-term vision, what is the toolkit that we'll need to put in place to make sure that we can achieve that? You're speaking directly towards all of those issues, and that's come up consistently throughout this. So thanks for layering that on. Robin, it looks like you're back online, and I think you wanted to weigh in on this conversation too. Are you there?
Yes. Thank you. A rainstorm just moved in, so I hope I don't get disconnected. I would just like to say that I agree with Aaron and some other folks who have said that we should leave connectivity in our vision. However, I was looking at Chuck's edition, and also at the edits that Michelle had offered about Chuck's edition, and I think that we may have a way forward there. I know that's not what we're doing today, but I think that I think there's a way forward to leave connectivity in that place and wordsmith some of these two suggestions from Chuck and and I would encourage us to do that. I'd also edits on that piece, because it maybe look at that tonight before tomorrow's meeting might be a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Robin, and thanks for sharing a little bit of that rainstorm with us. We heard you most of the way through that. I think you're moving us in a good direction, though, which is, let's think about what are all these different inputs that we're hearing, and then let's see who's willing to continue to sleep on that and refine it and come back. I know we can talk about these things for a long time, and we at some point need to find our pathway forward. Cole?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment about number 8 under connectivity. It's the first statement. And if you compare that to the first sentence in our vision, number 8 says, connectivity is vital to the long-term sustainability, persistence, and resiliency of grizzly bears. I don't think we have consensus at all around that statement. I don't even think that, as Cecily Costello pointed out in our meeting last time, that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would agree with if we would have consensus with them on that point. I mean, the whole dispute in the courts is connectivity essential to being able to delist a subpopulation, a distinct population segment? I think it's cool that the council is I see that opening vision statement as a willingness of the council to go above and beyond whether or not connectivity is essential to the long-term sustainability, and to say that even if it isn't absolutely essential, we recognize that it does further decrease long-term risk to the population. So I just want to point out that I think it doesn't seem to me like we could have consensus. I would certainly disagree with the way 8 is worded. even though I could agree with a vision that said, yeah, we envision a landscape where these bears in the 4 recovery zones are fully recovered, and the landscape in between is able to accommodate bear presence and maybe facilitate connectivity too. I know that's sort of discussing how to word that. I just wanted to point out that I think, especially given Cecily's statement to us last time, that maybe we could reword, and we can talk about this later, but maybe we could kind of change number 8 to say that connectivity increased connectivity does decrease long-term risk to bears. We know that. And that's why we've done what we've done with the opening vision statement. But I think it would be inaccurate to say that we have consensus around the idea that connectivity is essential or vital to their long-term sustainability, because that is the very thing in question. I also wanted to weigh on the second thing about, should we just, like Nick suggested, what would be the value in just putting a period after accommodate grizzly bear presence? And I could see some value in that, because in other places we will be making specific recommendations about when there's a question about relocating the bear, identifying relocation sites in the landscape in between. I mean, I think we're making it plain via our recommendations that we're doing our best to accommodate grizzly bear presence in that in-between zone. And I think that there may be some value to consider in not using that specific word, but showing by our recommendations that we are serious about the substance of it, but perhaps just being careful about a word that we know can rankle people. So.
Thank you, Cole. Anyone else want to weigh in on this conversation? Just looking around. Heath, you good? Darren? Kristen? Leo? Good. Charlotte?
I guess maybe a process question, so we just want to respect everybody's interest in weighing in. We're getting a little bit chatter, comments coming in the chat, which not everybody can see, so I've been encouraging them to put their hand up there.
Okay.
So Michelle is, I think, wanting to weigh in, or at least she's got something in the chat going on here, so bringing awareness to that.
Yeah, Michelle, just so you guys know, maybe this wasn't clear earlier, we actually can't see the chat box here, only Charlie can, and so he's trying to bring those items forward. So Michelle, it sounds like you had something that just came up around the conversation that maybe Cole started. Do you want to just share that with us?
Yeah, it was just two quick comments. That connectivity is also genetic, so we shouldn't let go of that part of it as well. And then in Cecily's connectivity briefing, she wrote that subpopulation, that connected subpopulation, is the best case. I'm sorry, not metapopulation, I apologize. The connected metapopulation is the best case scenario, that's a quote, for the long-term sustainability of the grizzly bear. So to me, if our vision is really that perfect recovery, then connectivity kind of needs to be a part of it. And it was just a quick comment. I'm trying to get Cecily's briefing in there.
Great, thanks for bringing that forward. It is hard for us to see those, so I'm glad we were able to layer that on.
Yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing, Michelle. I mean, I hear Cecily saying that connectivity in her mind is really important, and that the more connectivity you have, the less risk to the population. But best case scenario for grizzly bears is different than a sustainable population and a recovered population. Best case scenario for me, I have $100 million in the lottery, but I'm being facetious, obviously, but that may not be vital to my financial sustainability. And so I'm just saying that there's a difference between the two. I don't want to do any more putting words in Cecily's mouth. I'm just trying to reiterate what I heard her point to be last time, which is that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did decide to try to delist the greater Yellowstone grizzly bear population because they thought that the bears were okay. And that connectivity was not necessarily essential, and I think she raised that point, and that doesn't necessarily contradict the idea that best case scenario for them is one meta population.
I think this is where we get into really, can you hear me? Touchy ground.
Maybe speak a little, sorry, Caroline, just.
Yeah. It's on.
There you go.
There, how's that?
That's perfect, thank you.
I think we're getting into areas around distinct population segments, genetic connectivity that were in Judge Christensen's decision that aren't that helpful for us. I hear you, Cole, saying that vital is too strong a word, and I think that's fine. But let's not, the distinct population segment issue was separate from the genetic connectivity issue, which is both of which the judge ruled against. We shouldn't get wrapped around distinct population segments and genetic connectivity because based on the Endangered Species Act and Judge Christensen's decision, because we're getting it wrong. So let's not make assumptions based on that, and let's instead have comments like what from all that we've heard from all of our experts and all of our positions around a connected population, what that looks like, how we do or don't get there. I just worry that we're by getting wrapped up in areas that we're kind of getting wrong or might not be all that important to really what we're trying to get at, we're confusing ourselves, or I'm getting confused, I'll just lay it on me, that I think we can get caught up in eddies that we don't need to, and we need to be looking at that clear vision forward and reinterpreting either what Cecily said or what the judge said, or, even Trina, just, we don't need to worry about the definition of migration. We just don't. So sorry about that. But I guess my point being, when we're basing what we're advancing forward as a recommendation or part of our vision, let's be clear that let's get better advice on what we're actually saying versus getting it kind of wrong. I don't know if that's helpful, but yeah, Jonathan, help me out here.
But I'm just going to jump in there too, because I think you're onto something, Caroline. This first statement of your vision, I think, is very reflective of the council conversation, and it's at a high level, and it provides guidance for pretty much everything else. To me, where we're hung up a little bit is, do we end the sentence at grizzly bear presence, and then is that enough? Or is this phrase around allowing for connectivity also important? And not down into the weeds on all of these different elements of a judicial decision, but what is that forward-looking vision that you all want to project on behalf of the state of Montana? To me, I think it's worth having that high-level conversation, because everything kind of tears to that in some ways. Jonathan?
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit different than even in the vision. I think Cole brought us some awareness that we don't have a shared truth around connectivity, and Caroline's just kind of exemplifying that for us. And so I'd like to go back to kind of the connectivity as it would stand in the preamble of an affirmation of truth that we all agree upon. And one would just be that the presence of, and this is from that connectivity primer that Cecily gave to us, Something as simple as the presence of movement among subpopulations lowers the risk of extinction. I think that probably all of us understand that as being true in the conversation that we're having here as it relates to connectivity. And also that movement among subpopulations increases the potential for long-term persistence on the landscape. A second truth that I would find that comes from the conversations we had is that these, the private landscape is significant to the areas that we're discussing here. And so one, we can agree that first part, having movement lowers extinction risk. Two is that movement is dependent on the suitability of the private landscape within that area. So that's it. I would just like to kind of take that last hour and turn it into two true statements that I think that we all have said or agree upon, at least, one way or another.
Thanks for that, Jonathan. I think that does reflect back on the conversations we've been having all day about how do we make sure that we're putting our sentiments in the right place in this document. So if we're speaking towards an existing context or truth, that we put it in the right spot, and if we're speaking towards a vision, we're putting it in the right spot, and we're speaking towards a recommendation, we're doing that. Nick wanted to jump in on this as well.
Okay, now I'm gonna contradict myself again. You know, another simple fix, I mean, I hear both sides to this discussion and debate, and we could just take out the word facilitate. I mean, that accommodate grizzly bear presence and connectivity. It's simple, it's clean. I mean, you know, and I think what Cole's saying is, we still talk throughout this whole report about connectivity all the time, but at the same time, your vision statement is your vision and your overarching vision, and maybe without the word facilitate, I don't know if that'd make Chuck a little more comfortable. I suggested that 2 meetings ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one I was.
Hey Chuck, how do you feel about going back 2 meetings and revisiting that conversation?
I don't think we want to be facilitating connectivity. I like your fix.
But
I don't think we want to do away with an explanation down below. I'm still struggling with how you think that could work against this. I just probably don't know what you're thinking. But I'm okay with that fix you just suggested. Well, so Michelle's edits are to your statement, right? I think that if you take this, that we don't want to take any conservation actions to allow for that connectivity, and that, you know, that was the basis of the judge's decision, was how does delisting this one distinct population segment affect the other populations? And if we're saying we are not willing to take certain measures in land management to allow for that, I think that could really be a problem.
Michelle's edits were not to Chuck.
Oh.
Michelle's edits were to the vision statement that the writing group wrote. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I did include something that was a rewrite of Chuck's that came from Aaron with a few edits.
Was that around balancing the needs of local communities and conservation of grizzly bears, Michelle, or was it?
No, that was mine. It was the paragraph before. I'm going to try to find my version here. The edit was, and this came from Aaron, and I just changed a few words, hoping to make it more acceptable to Chuck, but it was before Chuck answered her, so more has happened since then. But we recognize that connectivity is important to the long-term health of grizzly bear populations, but it also brings concerns for the people that live, work, and recreate on public lands and that provide connectivity habitat, but you could just say on public lands. State and federal agencies must work closely with local communities and the public to address concerns around land use.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. I think people have that in front of them too, and so there's a couple of different layers of conversation here. One is that high level vision statement, and then Chuck, you're still trying to find the right words to bring this concern or this issue forward around management actions or constraints and kind of finding that balance. And I guess I'm looking for guidance on how to move forward here. I feel like we've heard everyone's concerns and we need to find just some new language or a team that's willing to take what we've heard and make another try at this language so that it does balance those. I think you responded to Erin's comments earlier by email saying that you appreciated her effort, but it wasn't quite strong enough or didn't have quite what you were looking for.
That's correct. I used the word, I appreciate what Erin did, but that isn't something we wanted to sugarcoat. As far as your two different layered conversations, I agree with the first one, the vision statement. Let's just take out the word facilitate, Nick. I like that.
But leave connectivity.
And then I would leave some of it to full distinctability, and Jonathan and whoever else had to work in that in another part of it.
In part of the preamble or something, yeah, or as a guiding principle.
Right, it could, like Jonathan's pointed, some of it may fit in the preamble and some of it may be a guiding principle, some of it may be existing, some of it may be looking forward.
Are you?
And I
You
heard
okay?
us all kind of agreeing that it should be incentive-based and that we're
Yeah.
not looking to add a bunch more restrictions and regulations,
I would
like
use
how
the word
Jonathan-
incentive instead of proactive,
Yep.
Caroline.
Proactive,
Where my head's
incentive,
at.
education, outreach. I think we're all,
You get so much further if you use proactive incentive rather than limitations or restrictions or. Yes.
We heard that pretty loud and clear in the act, I think, when we were in Libby, that they had too many restrictions to be able to survive.
we want it to be win-win-win.
Yeah.
It's kind of getting hard to hear you guys. I can hear you, but let's make sure people online can hear. Well,
I'm
we're
agreeing
hearing,
with Chuck.
yeah, so we're kind of rallying around Chuck right now. Saying,
Are we okay?
Yeah,
Vision and then Paul, okay.
I wanted to mention that, and I was talking with some land trust folks, and because we know that, working lands, including private lands, are so critical to this question of the landscape in between. And basically, they were suggesting, you don't need to call out this, the tool of conservation easements specifically, but they just really encouraged, and I think this is good advice, just the words, and I'm just adding the word voluntary, so the words voluntary incentive-based conservation options helps to clarify one more degree, because proactive and incentive-based still may not be voluntary, and that probably won't work. So I just wanted to add that perspective I think it was a really good one to get from some land trust folks.
I'd still like to hear Nick's, I'd still like to make sure that Nick's kind of involved in a little bit to make sure that we're kind of, I liked your input, and I'd like to hear more of what, maybe not right now, but I mean, as far as this group of communication and talking, I'd like to make sure you're included in that.
I would agree. I just need to understand better where your head's at.
So do I.
well, so I saw Charlie's hand up. I do want to make sure that everyone's okay leaving the word in connectivity in that first sentence of the vision statement, just removing the word facilitate. Does anyone disagree with that? See a lot of thumbs up. Anyone online? Michelle?
No, I just want to say that Erin's not here, so
No, she.
I don't know if we should really decide on this now. When she left, she said she's looking forward to continuing the conversation next time. So I would be hesitant to decide on this until next.
I have had that conversation with Erin, and then she wants connectivity in there, and I think she's fine. She was fine back in the day, taking facilitate out. I'm not saying I'm voting for her, but just adding that.
So we will revisit that. We will revisit that with her, but Caroline's remembering a conversation where she was okay taking out the word facilitate before or using the word allow for. Here, basically, we're just saying accommodate connectivity, but keeping the word in there. So Thanks, Michelle. Are you okay with that personally? You're nodding, okay. Robin? Lauren?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I do think though that people reading this, especially if they aren't all that familiar with the whole Grizzly issue, they're not going to understand what connectivity means. I don't know if should add connectivity between the 4 recovery zones or something like that.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. I think we're still struggling with some of the specific language, and we'll keep working on that. Robin?
I'm fine with, taking out the word facilitate. And, I really like the way the conversation's going with, possibly looking at some of these suggested edits, that Michelle made that we just read through. Seems like that's getting to those concerns.
Sounds good. It feels to me like we're moving beyond content and starting to think about process and writing, and so I guess I'm feeling like we can hand that off to a writing team or whoever's willing to do that moving forward, and people feeling the same way. Anything else you'd like to say on connectivity?
I guess a lot of discussion to remove one word. So
Good discussion.
The good news is we got that first sentence down, finally.
Do we?
We'll revisit it.
Sorry.
Yes, we do, Trina. No. Okay.
Assertive.
Brett, you want to do it?
I was just gonna say, so then does that mean that we need to look at number 8 again, or not?
I think we need to look at all of them again.
I think we,
Yeah,
But not.
I just wanted to raise the point that, that there was some nuance here. I think we recognize that. Yeah, to me, it's still an item that we'll have to revisit, all of us, but that whoever the synthesis team or all of us together, we'll have to, discuss more. But I think we're agreeing that the wordsmithing doesn't need to have, more wordsmithing, not right now.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
Thanks, Cole. I think the intent for today was trying to think about having a conversation to sort out where people work. And then, Michelle brought up this idea or opportunity earlier to go through each of these and kind of get a sense of the council and where they fit, either as a group or to give that to a synthesis team and then bring it back to the group. And my sense is we could probably make more progress more quickly by focusing on content, handing it to a synthesis group and having them kind of take that first crack at it. But I guess I'm curious to know where people are in terms of doing the line by line thing.
As someone who's been on some of the writing groups, I think what I understood we were just doing, although we did end up in removing a word and nailing down a sentence, which is awesome, was, these were the critical issues that we were trying to get a temperature read from the entire council. As someone that may be on the next writing team, those are the conversations that help avoid continuous rewrites and everything, because we can get a feeling for how people feel, how people are thinking about these terms, get some words on paper, and hopefully it doesn't get, take 3 meetings to redo a sentence again. And so I really like just being able to have the conversation. We had said, hunting was on there, but connectivity, habitat, conflict, and distribution. And so I think the more we can get through just honest conversation, just like that one about connectivity, the easier it'll be to try to write something that accommodates all of our ideas. So I thought that was successful for other than just the wordsmithing.
Brett, did you have more on that you wanted to air, or were you just asking the question?
I was just asking the question.
And Jonathan, I like how you stated earlier, just those statements from the briefing paper, laying those out either in thought that was a great suggestion as well.
It may have been just one word, but I think we needed to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Right on, Nick.
For me, the example of vital, just that word in number 8 is the concern I wanted to air, that I think whoever's the writing team can take into account.
important?
Yeah,
Yeah.
very important.
Too strong.
Good. No, thanks, guys. I think this is really helpful. Looking at the clock, it's 5 to 4. We're gonna try to wrap things up by 4:30 or so today. I guess I'm curious to know if you guys have, appetite to dig into one more of these before 4:30. It seems like we can make some good progress. And then just capture what else you wanna make sure we talk about tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, we've kind of kickstarted our morning conversation because part of that was gonna be around structure and what might be missing in the current structure. And since we had that today, I think we can continue to pick up a couple of these tomorrow. Jonathan, as a potential member of that writing team, I'm curious to know where you'd like to take the temperature of the council next.
I think the conflict prevention and response has been on the list for quite some time. That might be too big. I think that ties into a little bit about where there should be, I think. But that could be a good place.
I need to speak up a little bit, John.
Yeah, can you talk into the microphone?
I think the conflict, response and prevention discussion has been on the table for quite some time. Ties into some of the ideas of where bears should and shouldn't be and how we deal with them in those places, so that might kind of come naturally at this point.
I think that's a good suggestion, and I'd like, if I could call on Trina to just highlight the areas in the document where additional council input was needed around conflict prevention, conflict response. I know you and Annie were doing a nice job of highlighting some of those. That might be a good place to start. And then I guess if you, Jonathan, or any of the other people on the other writing team members have things where you're looking for additional guidance on the conflict prevention, conflict response piece,
All right, so,
let's get you a microphone.
so first highlighted thing under conflict prevention is one.
It is, but you have to, that one you have to talk really close.
Trina, I'm just laughing because I thought you always had like a personal one that you just bust out.
I feel like I left it in my other purse.
First?
The one I left at the bar. I need to go get it. Okay, so under conflict prevention, number 20 is human grizzly conflict. Number 1. So,
Page 5.
on my computer it's number 1. On this it's probably number 20.1. FWP should work with planning boards to proactively recommend actions to governing bodies on how to minimize bear conflict. The question there was, actually Cole's question, what planning boards? So we need to either reword that recommendation to specify the planning boards, or take it out, or whatever.
City and county.
Whose recommendation was that?
Whose recommendation was that? Anyone? Bueller?
This,
like
this Lawrence, I think that might have come from me. Anyway, I know I talked about it some. I think it would help to capitalize planning boards so it doesn't look like, you know, who's planning board. And there are city and county planning boards, and it'd be fine to include them both. They deal with called a comprehensive plan for a county or a city, and then they would recommend to the governing either the city council or the county commissioners recommend whatever they came up with. So that's where that's where planning boards might fit in. And I don't, you probably wouldn't get planning boards outside of Grizzly country to be involved in it. But they can have significant input into governing bodies, so that's why it might be a good place for them to talk about conflict prevention.
This is all for me. I just wanted to understand the planning board. That was the basis of my comment.
So,
Yeah.
just a point of clarification, and I don't know if Martha is still on, or Charlie, if you can answer it, but my understanding is currently, and I believe it's statute under the subdivision laws of the state of Montana, FWP currently has input in everything that is being subdivided or built. So there's already a process in place that they're looking at. I know especially around Missoula, they have a lot of input in regards to, if they're in their buffer zone or where they're at or what's going on. So part of this, I believe, is already taking place. I'm just looking for clarification if it's state law or if it's part of the DEQ process, or if anybody knows.
We, provide comments, but there's no regulatory teeth to those comments. So we often provide input and work with county planning boards. So unless it was ESA or,
But they are required to submit that application to you prior to approval, but just for comments. There's no
Right.
regulatory basis behind it. Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, Martha's on. Yeah, Martha, Charlie gave us a little bit of an answer, but do you want to weigh in on this? Yeah, thumbs up.
Great, and I bet Bill, if Bill is still on, he used to work on those comments for us as well. But yes, we do comment. So good job, Charlie. I'm still here. I'm following you with bated breath.
Clarifying.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious, is that happening in areas where bears aren't, like in Ravalli County? I'm not sure that a lot has been done in Ravalli County.
Michelle, it's my understanding that FWP comments on every subdivision. It's part of the DEQ process for the state. They tried. Yeah, Charlie says they tried.
But not.
Let me follow up question on that. Would it be beneficial if it wasn't statute or law that you guys had to sign off on? Or, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. It's not something we can do in this committee, but give a little bit of teeth to those recommendations that come out.
Realtors would fight that bill.
Oh, I know.
Private landowners will.
This is Lawrence. It's true that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has an opportunity to comment on any subdivision, any place in the state, and they often do. If it's a subdivision that they're not at all worried about, they may not comment. But it's also true that the decision is made by the planning board. And having spent many years on the planning board, I know that if you went to try and put some teeth into Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' recommendation to the planning board, that, I mean, you legislatively, I mean, there's no way you'd get very far with that.
Yes, thank you.
My question then is, do we need this as a recommendation, or is it already happening?
Is this beyond subdivision? Is this recommendation, Lawrence, is your recommendation beyond subdivisions? Is that the thinking?
Well, yeah, it goes beyond that. A local planning board comes up with what used to be called a comprehensive plan. Now it's called, I can't remember what it's called. And I think those get updated every 5 years. So, yeah, there is. I think we should leave that in there because, especially as grizzly bears migrate far away from where they're at now, That's one way to get some local interest and maybe input into grizzly bear conflicts.
I mean, that's consistent with what we do now as far as if there was a subdivision proposed for an area where we anticipate bear conflicts, we'd probably mention that and advise that they have some type of food storage means. I mean, I think what Lawrence is referring to is something consistent with what we try to do. We see that coming up.
Is this redundant then, Charlie, or would it be helpful to have a recommendation like this? And then just related to that, while you're answering that, is it, I think part of this is around county growth policies as well, and not just subdivision regs, so like those comprehensive type plans, do you guys weigh in on those?
We do, and having some amount of redundancy gives us a sense that, yeah, you're on the right track. So I want to suggest you don't put it in there.
Okay.
Could be helpful, yeah.
I just wanted to draw attention, 20.11 is regarding subdivision recommendations and regulations, so we know there is another recommendation dealing with that.
So did you say you thought you should leave that in there? Charlie?
What's that, Brad?
Did you say you thought you should leave that in there?
I'm not, I guess you're trying to pin me down on should or shouldn't you, and I'm suggesting that redundancy is not a bad thing when it's something that we're doing already, this or something else, it can just reinforce that we're on the right track, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard
Yeah.
that.
Well, sitting on a Highline Planning Board, I'm fairly certain Hill and Shoto have not had grizzly bear discussions. And with one sitting in Rudyard right now, we probably should. And so I think that dialogue is not a bad thing, but mandating is probably not the way to do it. I don't think that'll go through legislated or whatever, but I think it should be encouraged that dialogue help. That, that's what you think about the Hill County landfill. I mean, what's gonna impact those different new management tools they're gonna have to employ if it goes much further. So I think the dialogue part is fine. I don't think we wanna legislate, or I don't think it'll fly. I just mean.
So I wonder if we have to change the wording that, so they should continue to work with instead of should work with.
Be cognizant of.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brett. It sounds like in some places maybe it's not happening yet, and so to continue and encourage additional conversation or something like that might be useful.
Well, it goes with our initial vision that bears may be anywhere in the state of Montana, and so I think it highlights that a communication needs to be happening.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Darren. As they move east, the same things are gonna happen that's happened in western Montana over the last 15 years. Cole, you can just, there was nothing around the Helmville landfill, or the dump site 15 years ago, and now it's fenced off. So it's just a ever progressing, whatever direction they're gonna go, those changes have to be made.
All right.
You got Michelle waiting when you're ready.
All right, Michelle, and then I think Karina's on tap to move us on to the next issue when we're ready. Michelle?
Yeah, I just wanted to add in that working with the planning board is more proactive than just touching on each subdivision as they go through. This is kind of getting ahead of the game, which I think is one of our themes, is being proactive and getting ahead of the game. So I think this one's really important to leave in, but I wouldn't make it regulatory.
Good, yeah, thanks for stressing the proactive piece of it. Looks like we're ready to move on. Karina, was there another one under the conflict?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next one was the one that, Jonathan just brought up. Review all subdivision recommendations, update and standardize human bear conflict, appendix C4. I don't live in a subdivision, so I didn't know what appendix C4 was, or if it needs to be specified in here that that is what it is, or what. So whoever wrote that can explain.
I think that might have been Aaron, who is familiar, and it's available, it's on FWP's,
You need Mike.
an appendix to an FWP, document, that is available, I know, online. I'm not sure where, but that's what it's referencing on that.
So, does it just need to be worded the way it is right now? Is that cool with everybody?
Can it be incorporated into our last one?
Yeah, it seemed like it kind of just got joined in with that whole planning and development discussion.
So I moved it up, so it's the next one under that now, but it could be combined if we wanted to.
And what I was talking about, Trina, was the subdivision reviews, it wasn't the planning board. So it's all one and the same, so to speak.
So maybe do what you're doing now, leave them as two within flag, possible area for consolidation. Seems like it makes sense. Any other comments on that one, folks? Seems like getting clarity on where that came from and connecting it to the previous conversation. Where do we go now, Trina?
What if we want to talk about something that they're not highlighting? I guess I'm not sure how to go about that.
I think that's, yeah, we want to open it up too. I was just suggesting we start with the highlighted pieces, Michelle, and work through those since those had been flagged previously. We can continue the conversation beyond that.
Okay, so the next one is under number 24, conflict response and protocol. Number, must be 24-2, yep, 24-2. Clarify management protocol for conflict bears. And then we added, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, FWP and Wildlife Services, to ensure that their messaging is the same with regard to this protocol, then continue to share it with ranchers and their collaborators to maximize transparency. I don't remember who wrote that, but did anyone?
That was me, and it's redundant basically to what they're already doing, is to update the decision matrix that they already use. I can't remember the year, in the early 80s. And then they basically held meetings around the state to try to make sure that ranchers and collaborative groups understood what that decision tree looked like. And so I guess this is really a redundancy. It's suggesting that and affirming that they do what they're already working to do, but it's also an encouragement that continue, because that ongoing communication. The specific memory I have was, Hillary Cooley on the phone during a Ruby Valley Strategic Alliance meeting where folks were really trying to understand, how are you making decisions about, when a conflict happens? And Hillary and her colleagues were really working hard, not only to, update the decision tree to make sure that it was just clear, but to work with their wildlife services and FWP colleagues to make sure they were talking about it the same, so that there wasn't mixed messages. So my comment here is just emphasizing clarity and transparency, and here's how we're making the decisions, here's the rules that are governing our decision process, and then just continuing to communicate proactively about that.
So Cole, let me make sure I understand it. It wasn't necessarily messaging was being different, it's the interpretations of how they're making decisions, right?
I think it's a little of both. It's the actual chart, my understanding, so it's the actual chart that they had been using was a little confusing. So they were just trying to clarify language there. But I'm saying the second step where confusion can happen is just different personnel within each of the agencies communicating just a little bit differently about how decisions are made, even if just using different words, right, explaining it differently. So part of it is getting what's on paper a little clearer, which I think they've done, and that's in progress. But then the other piece is just continually working together to make sure that they're talking about it the same way. to folks around the state, so that there aren't, you know, groups and neighbors saying, well, I heard this and you heard that. That transparency is really important, and it's hard work because it's a complicated decision tree. And the first, you know, it's a challenging decision to make, and it's a little different in each landscape. It's different if it's female and if it's male, right?
I think it's very important work though.
Yeah,
That's
me
why,
too.
that's why I'm trying to ask the questions to make sure I understand where you're going on this, is because, if we have a flow chart, check yes, check no, it makes it very easy for even me or anything with an opposable thumb to follow the same thought process, right? We come to the same conclusion, whether it's me, whether it's Brett, whether it's Carolyn, right? That's what you're looking for, and that's what you're trying to make sure is very clear and understand, right?
Exactly, and you can't get, you know, there still needs to be some flexibility, some room for interpretation, but it's getting that flow chart as clear as possible, and, right, and knowing that you need to leave some room for flexibility for the managers, and then it's just this continued ongoing commitment of transparently sharing with folks who may experience conflict and who are working to reduce it, how you're making decisions. So I agree with you that it's not like this, it's not the sexy work, it's not a one fix, it's just ongoing work to be transparent.
I think, yeah, 'cause that's where you're getting buy-in and trust. Thank you.
I was looking to see if Ken was on, he isn't, but this is a conversation that we've had internally as well, trying to wrestle with that balance between allowing, some flexibility for the bear specialists that are out there. Not every situation is cookie cutter clean, and having some flexibility gives them, you know, a chance to work with that particular situation or the landowner's interest, et cetera. But at the same time, it can create utter havoc if we're responding so differently in different parts of the state that, like Cole said, well, I thought they did this in this situation. So it's, you know, we continue to have this discussion about, you know, where's the balance, if you will, in terms of allowing some flexibility to the folks in the field, but recognizing exactly what Paul and Darren are bringing up. So it's a good conversation to be having.
In our area, it seems like, I just had a conversation with one of our biologists, this past week. I don't remember now what day it was, and I actually had a conversation with him again yesterday, but it seems like, FWP is taking a lesser role in grizzly bear management as far as when it comes to depredations with livestock than they have in the past. And so it seems to me that it's maybe a revolving process.
Does this make 24.4, are we saying the same thing we used to, but with more clarity in 24.2?
Yeah, I think those are essentially the same. It's just continually work toward clarity on paper as much as possible, right, and then communicate that. I think they're the same, yeah.
So we can take out
I
24.
agree. Oh.
And I agree with you, Caroline, I think they're very close, but I want to point out that 24.4 is lethal removal.
Is that not also included in 24.2?
It would be included in 24.2, but just want to clarify that was, I think that's why there's two different sections. One was giving them the option to do everything, the other one was strictly lethal removal.
It seems like 3 is similar vein as well, 24.3.
Hillary's, on, if you guys, she said she might be able to clarify a little bit about the document.
Yes, please. Yes, please, Hillary.
Yeah.
Hillary just shared a file, it looked like, too, but Hillary, if you have a couple of minutes to just clarify what's been happening and how we could think about what role the council could provide in terms of supporting the work that's happening, and kind of to Charlie's point, I think what they're trying to do is find how to support clear guidance and communications, provide flexibility, but also be really effective and efficient in conflict response, which I know are shared goals, but if you could jump into that space, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, sounds good, thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Cole. Cole's pretty much spot on with his explanation of what we've been doing. You guys are all aware of Bernhardt's visit last year to the East Front and the tension on increases in depredations and other conflicts. And so I have heard from a number of people how we make the decision is not real clear. It is kind of a black box. And, you know, we have this ancient 1986 document that has pieces and parts in different places and a table that's not that explanatory, and it doesn't include all of the factors. So and a few things have changed, like Wildlife Services now has a role in making the decision or in their decision recommendation to me. And so I tried to explain that in one document. And it's a difficult thing to do because there's so many factors that come into play. It's not, every situation is a little unique, but we take the same things into consideration. And so I try to explain that in this document. I guess I will say, just to make sure everybody's aware, you know, this is for grizzly bears lower 48. So this applies to conflicts in Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and, you know, if and when they start to occur in Washington. So it's not Montana specific. I'm not sure if that helps, but take a look at that document, and, you know, if people actually have suggested changes to make things more clear, I'm totally open to that. I just really want to explain the black box a little easier for people who are not involved in making the decision.
Thank you, Hillary. It looked like maybe you dropped it into the chat box. Would you mind also just emailing that to council members so they all have it?
Sure.
Okay.
Hillary, this is Darren. Specifically, what could we help you with to make that bridge or make that jump for you?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think. You know, I guess I'm not sure, Darren. I think, like Cole said, but we're trying to have everybody talk in the same language about what's going on and how the decisions are made. That was why we put together this 2-pager. And I'm thinking we're going to hand this out at producer meetings, or it's on our website right now, and I'll email it to everybody. Just so I guess what you could do is take a look at it and make sure you're familiar with it. And if you have questions, ask me and point others to it. If you are getting questions about how do conflict decisions get made, let others know that this is out there.
Thanks, Hillary, that's helpful. Cool.
I was just gonna add, the spirit of my comment here was really recognizing that the decision matrices, as you said, Hillary, for the lower 48, the Montana specific piece, and the spirit of my comment was really just about a continued commitment. You know, I don't know the existing process for how often do you guys sit down, Wildlife Services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, FWP, to talk about how you communicate it with ranchers. And, you know, I don't know how that currently works. What I was meaning to do is to just urge that continued dialogue of talking about it similarly and making it a priority to communicate about how decisions are made. Seems to me like in Montana, an ongoing important way to build trust. So that was what I was intending to put in the comment, Trina.
So I left your wording. The only thing I changed was I took out ranchers and wrote landowners, livestock producers, and communities. Otherwise, I think it's fine. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. That's all of them for conflict prevention and response.
All right, so those were all the highlighted ones for conflict, prevention and response. I know that, Michelle, you had signaled some other areas. I just want to check in with people that it's getting close to 4:30, and we already have lost Aaron, so I don't necessarily want to keep going too far down this road, and maybe it's a good time to summarize how far we got today, hit the pause button, really think about where you want to come back into the conversation tomorrow on some of these key issues. I think Jonathan's really looking for some more guidance as one of the synthesis writing team members, and in terms of where you guys can dig into some of the you like that, Jonathan? And we'll go from there. And then tomorrow, really what we'd like to do, just thinking about that, let's make sure that we do get through these issues in a way that provides guidance to whoever's taking that forward, and really be thinking about the specific role that you guys can play as you've been doing today. I think you've really made some good progress thinking about that. If we want to spend some time later tomorrow, and we've got time in the agenda for specific working groups to figure out the specific language around connectivity, or figure out the specific language around this conflict response and protocol piece, we could do that and hand that forward to the synthesis team too. So there might be a couple of different creative ways to think about how best to use our time tomorrow, but we'll check in with you along the way. Just in terms of a recap for me today, I feel like the big win for today was getting this structural piece reconfigured and really thinking about how do we talk about the work in a way that captures the different elements of it. How do you think about the context that you're given, the charge that you're given from the governor's office, some of those challenges in a way that just captures this moment? How do you separate that from the vision of where you want to be? How do you think about the guiding principles or the strategies that help connect where we are to where you want to be? And then how do you drill down into the specific actionable items that really flesh out those guiding principles? I think that's a really big step forward. I think having this category around remaining items like the role of hunting or some of these other challenging issues that are part of that executive order but haven't been able to really generate a shared voice among the council members, it does seem like having this fifth category is really important, and so finding the right name for that will be something we'll chew on, but I feel good about where we landed there as well. So thanks for all the good thinking on that. And then I feel like the conversation too around some of these critical issues is moving forward. It's really building off of where you are and where you've been and trying to work towards those areas of agreement, so that we can capture that in a meaningful way in your final recommendation report. Any
definitions up again?
definitions? So Charlie captured those, and what we can do is email those around as well, and if people want to continue to refine and chew on those, that's probably a good exercise to hand off to the synthesis writing team or whoever's taking that forward so that everyone has clarity on those. But it seemed like we were clear on those different, having those 4 or 5 different layers. Might still need a little bit of sorting. Any final questions, comments from council? All right, well, thank you guys. It's really good to see people in person. This seemed to work pretty well with people plugging in remotely too, so thank you for support team members and members of the council that plugged in remotely. Members of the public, thanks for watching along. Martha, any final words for us before we close for the day?
Great work, and keep it up. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward. I think you made progress in really starting to continuing to talk about the hard things. Much appreciated.
Great. Well, thank you, Martha, for joining us. It was great to have you with us today. We will reconvene at 10 in the morning. Council members, if you could be here at 9:30, either online or in Zoom, we'll make sure that we get all the technology in place, and we'll start at 10. Thank you all. Have a good night.